I call this pre-meeting briefing of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 6 o'clock p.m. on August 6, 2026. The purpose of this pre-meeting briefing is to conduct a briefing session with administrative staff regarding the posted agenda for the regular board meeting, which is scheduled at 7 o'clock p.m. tonight, August 6, 2026. For the record, board members present are Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Marjorie Barnes, Carolyn Benavides, Paul Gilmore, Cynthia Noda, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Our next agenda item is audience for guests. At this time, no one signed up to speak before the posted deadline of 1 o'clock today for this meeting. And so we'll move on to agenda item number 3. Dr. Eldridge, do you have any reports by administration?
Okay, we have several reports, but the first one is item 5F, and it's consider and approve the purchase of attendance credits. So I'm going to let our CFO, Mr. Art Martin, explain the attendance credits.
Thank you, Superintendent Eldridge and Madam President and School Board. The purchase of attendance credits is something that comes to the board every year. We're required, those districts that are subject to recapture or subject to the rules regarding reducing your excess revenues, as the state refers to it, we have to choose one of the options available in Chapter 49 of the Education Code. And those options are, we can either consolidate with another district, which is not a good option. None of the options are good options, but it's a matter of choosing the one that's the least painful. Another option is to detach property. One is to purchase attendance credits, which is the one we are recommending. And you can contract with another district to pay for the education of their students, which is not a good option either. Consolidate tax bases with another district, which again is not a good option. And the reason for the other options not being as quite as painful as option 3 is because of our golden pennies. So if you take one of the other options, you're going to reduce the benefit that we would otherwise get from those 8 golden pennies. And in addition to that, you would not be able to retain the money. Under option 3, you're allowed to retain those tax collections until the end of August. And so even though we're collecting those tax collections for the most part in December and January, we get to keep those deposits until the end of August, and we invest it and we make some interest off of it. So option 3 allows us to maximize, if you will, the benefit of the golden pennies, and allows us to retain those deposits until the end of August. And so that's really what that is all about, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members, any questions or comments about this agenda item? I figured Ms. Brady was going to have her comment about recapture. Are you saving that for the next meeting?
Yeah, I'm next. The next presentation for this becoming a trigger word for me. Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the information. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the next item, 5J and 5K, is both presentations are from Kristen Hess. Our any matters related to our meal charging and our school meal prices. So we look forward to your information, Ms. Hess.
So used to a touch screen that I don't even realize I can't touch them all. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, Ms. Hatfield, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Kristen Hess, and I'm the Director of Student Nutrition, and I'm here to cover board agenda items J and K, which are over our meal pricing for the upcoming school year, as well as our charging policy. You're going to see me talk about these in reverse, because to address the charging policy, we need to establish a story for the meal pricing. You also have quite a bit of information in front of you on your PowerPoint. I'm going to be much more succinct than that for the sake of this presentation, but I wanted you to have all of the data and information to kind of support the story and understanding of why we are here today. Okay. Because we are part of a district that is very high economically disadvantaged, student nutrition, as well as all of the other departments in the district, are always looking for ways to better support our students. And in a lot of ways, those are initiatives that usually cut costs to our students and to the households of the district. So student nutrition is always, if we're allowed to do different things that allow us to reduce the cost of meals to our students, are always actively trying to look at ways we can accomplish that. So several years ago, back in 2018-19, we eliminated the cost of meals to reduced price students. So students who didn't quite qualify for free but landed in that reduced bubble were able to access meals free of charge instead of having what would have been 30-cent charges for breakfast and 40-cent charges for lunch. And we really felt like that was a wonderful opportunity for us to extend to our students, and it has been for the last 7-8 years. Another thing that is required by TDA is for us to provide free breakfast at any campus that had an economically disadvantaged population of 80% or greater. When they initially put that in place, we had about 13, 14 campuses that qualified, and when we implemented that back in 2017-18, we started at 13 campuses and ultimately increased to 18 campuses before in 24-25 I recommended that we would put in place district-wide universal free breakfast, which we had a wonderful goal. Our goal was to get breakfast in the hands of as many students as possible because, again, we're always looking for that ultimate win for being able to reduce cost to students and households. At the time, half of our campuses were already considered 75% above, so it made sense that we would just go ahead and extend to the other half of the district. Our budget was also considered excessive at that time, and I analyzed that front to back and really crunched the data based on all the history that I have with this district and arrived at the decision that I felt student nutrition's budget could always absorb the cost of being able to provide universal free breakfast district-wide. But as you guys know, there are many things that you cannot anticipate that have come into play over the course of the last several years. Just as a little bit of backstory, the general fund and the student nutrition fund like to live very separately. For the most part, we do not want to have to rely on the general fund at all, and if anything, we contribute to the general fund via indirect costs. And the only time that the general fund has to support the student nutrition fund is if we exhaust all of our fund balance. So the goal is always to maintain a healthy fund balance so that we are never needing to rely on the general fund. Going into our first year of universal free breakfast, we had a huge success. We were able to feed over almost 1 million breakfasts that year. And we took a revenue loss of about $200,000, which was anticipated based on all the analysis that had been done. But like I said, there were several factors we couldn't have anticipated. So at that time, we started to see declining enrollment in the district, which just meant fewer students in the buildings to feed. We also, at that time, were discussing consolidating 4 campuses and ultimately did, and we lost about $1 million in revenue that year due to fewer students in the building to feed. Of that, $200,000 was the loss of breakfast revenue for providing it free of charge to the paid students. Then there were other additional economic factors that came into play. One of those is that the eligibility for other federal programs like SNAP and TANF and Medicaid and CHIP were being proposed to be changed. Well, most of those programs, what happens is they qualify for SNAP or TANF or Medicaid or CHIP, and the Health and Human Services Department feeds us that information so that we can automatically extend those benefits via school meals. So if they qualify for those programs, we can automatically qualify them for free meals here in the district. So if fewer people are eligible for those programs, fewer people are going to not automatically qualify for school meals at the same time. And then also at that time, the district decided to take unrestricted indirect costs from us, which is the greater rate, so that they could support the general fund a little bit more. So our expenses rose pretty dramatically in that year, and our total expenses went up by $1.5 million at the same time that we were losing $1 million of revenue. So then the next year, again, a huge success. We fed over almost 1 million breakfast meals, but what we were seeing was a shift in the economically disadvantaged population of the district. Because fewer households were qualifying for the eligibility of those other federal programs, our free percentage dropped from 64% to 61%, and our paid percentage went from 26% to 29%. And so because you can see up there that the amount of revenue that we glean from a free free child to a reduced child to a paid child is dramatically different. If our paid population is rising and our free population is declining, it's going to result in a very net effect to our student nutrition fund balance, excuse me. So again, those concurrent events continue to happen. We saw a rapid decline in enrollment, that shifting socioeconomic population, and ultimately that led to another drop in revenue and another rise in our total expenses. So as you can kind of see, we reached this point where going into 26-27, we have to truly evaluate so that student nutrition cannot burden the general fund in any way. We have to evaluate if our department can continue to absorb the costs associated with providing universal free breakfast district-wide. So this slide is really just to paint the picture of how all of those different factors are moving in the wrong direction for us to be able to continue to support this program. So one of the huge pieces of this is we want you to understand that I have analyzed it again and again and looked at it from every angle based on the history of the district and arrived at the understanding that if there were no further decline in our enrollment and no further changes in our socioeconomic demographic, we would still be anticipating losing almost $443,000 in the 26-27 school year to be able to continue the universal free breakfast district-wide. So that's kind of how we arrived at needing to really reevaluate if this was something that we could continue. So a couple different ways we know to get closer to breaking even are to increase our revenue. One of the ways to do that would be to increase meal participation, but unfortunately with fewer children in the building, that's very difficult to do. Another way would be to increase our economically disadvantaged percentage, but with the changes in the federal programs, also very difficult to do. So then the next other way that we're able to increase revenue is to increase meal prices. And that would also include increasing the price we charge the paid students for meals. But of course, before we do that, our next best effort would be looking at how to reduce expenses. And so we looked at how could we reduce our labor, which represents about a half of our budget. And so we've already eliminated 11 positions from the department. Then we looked at how can we reduce food, and that's the other about half of the rest of our budget. And so we've already done that in reducing the number of offerings that we would put out. And last but not least, the option that would be the worst, the last resort, if you will, that we would take would be to reduce the quality of the meals that we provide to the students of the district. And I think we can all agree that's an effort we don't want to see put in place. And so we have to circle back to how can we increase revenue then to compensate for the fact that we are seeing all these changes take place. And so for that reason, going into this school year, you can see that if we were to continue that, I mentioned we'd lose about $443,000. And so our recommendation going into the 26-27 school year is to reinstate the paid breakfast meal price of $2.25. That is the same rate that we were charging in 23-24, which was the last year where we had campuses that were not universally free. We also hope that being able to pull back on the Universal Free Breakfast Initiative allows us to continue the initiative of being able to continue to provide free meals to reduced price students. So we want to be able to keep that initiative if nothing else. In addition to that, reinstating the paid breakfast price would not apply to any campuses that are still mandated by TDA for us to provide free breakfast, which would be 5 campuses. There are 3 that are over 80%, and then there are 2 additional campuses that sit very close to that 80%, so we're recommending that we would include those in the TDA mandated campuses that remain on universal free breakfast. We also, as an extra grace period to the households and families of the district, would like to extend universal free breakfast until August 28th to essentially provide 3 weeks for us to get the word out to households and help them to understand that the cost of breakfast will be reinstated for paid students, and hopefully get those who are able to apply for free and reduced meals and qualify an opportunity to get free and reduced meals because they've established eligibility using a household application. And this is also especially important because many of our households have qualified for those federal programs in previous years, and so they're not familiar with completing the free and reduced application because they've never had to. And so again, we are doing a lot of communication pushes at the moment to try and get as many households as possible to complete the free and reduced application in the event that one, they're used to breakfast being free, and it will no longer be if this recommendation is approved, and also to help them to understand that if they're not qualifying automatically, they still can qualify via the free and reduced application. This is also just a reminder that there is still a policy called paid lunch equity, which essentially means the total amount of revenue that we receive for a paid lunch should always be somewhat equivalent to how much revenue we're bringing in for a free and reduced lunch. So at this time, you can see going into school year 26-27, we are not recommending that we increase the lunch price of $3.75, but that means that our paid meal price is not equitable to the free and reduced prices. So while we are not recommending an increase in the price for paid lunch, we will likely recommend it next year, just so that we are more equitable. That increase would be up to $4 for a lunch, and we've already surveyed other districts nearby us, and there are many other large districts nearby that are already charging $4. So we feel it will still be a reasonable price with our Chase districts. So, to summarize, our recommendations this year for the meal prices are that we maintain free breakfast and lunch for reduced price students, so we continue that initiative. We reinstate the paid breakfast price of $2.25 starting August 31st, which would give us that 3-week grace period leading into the school year. And we continue with the paid lunch price of $3.75. So the second agenda item that I have to address tonight is much shorter, but essentially it covers what is required, what is called a charging policy, which basically means what grace are we offering to the students when they either have a negative balance or they reach our charging limit, and what do we do to ensure that they still take a meal home, or receive a meal every day. So at the moment, you'll see that when a student reaches a low, what we consider a low balance, we start doing a lot of notification efforts to communicate to those households that they are going to reach a negative balance soon. Then when they actually reach $0, we still allow them to take the reimbursable meals up to an established charging limit. And what we're recommending at this time is that charging limit that we put in place for 26-27 is negative $12 for all students of all ages. And that would allow them to take 2 reimbursable breakfasts and 2 reimbursable lunches. During which time we would continue those notification efforts and even ramp them up further to ensure that households have many opportunities and much grace throughout the process so that they're aware that they're going to have to start taking a courtesy meal. And what I mean by that is that when they reach that established charging limit, we still provide a full reimbursable courtesy meal for breakfast and for lunch. We will never let a student go hungry. That is not something we would ever recommend as part of our charging policy. And so this is essentially to help you guys understand that we will always offer lots of grace, and we will do our part to ensure that we communicate to all of the households as their balance is becoming more negative, so that they have the opportunity to either apply for free and reduced price meals, put money on their student's account, or send food from home. And so our recommendation for our meal charging policy is that we put in place that $12 of negative balance. And again, that's the total amount of 2 breakfasts and 2 lunch meals. Students continue to receive a full reimbursable courtesy meal even once they hit that negative $12. But we also have another level of grace that we want to extend, is that we want to continue to be able to provide pre-K through 2nd grades with the meal that they've selected. So instead of asking them to take the designated courtesy meal, we let them take whatever they have on their tray. And we put that in place many years ago because we felt that those age groups would have a difficult time understanding the concept of money and possibly communicating to their parents that their balance is low. So we'd rather them not have to work through and navigate that situation. And then that we continue all those communication levels that we provide to households to help them understand when their balance is going negative and what they need to do to correct that. And that's the conclusion. Did you guys have any questions?
Thank you very much for the thorough information. Board members, any questions? It seems like we all understand based on your presentation, and thank you very much for putting all the information together and helping make it clear. And I have been the beneficiary of y'all's communication before when I'm not effectively being a parent, and so I appreciate the communication, and I have all the confidence that as we transition, should this be approved, that everything will be just fine, although I know that our families including my own, will be a little disappointed. I actually saw when I saw this, I went and started making the list of all the breakfast things that we'll have to put together. But these are tough times, and we have to make tough decisions, and we've got to live within our means. So thank you for all your efforts to make sure our families are well informed.
Sure. My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Eldridge, do you have any other reports?
Okay, Mr. Moore has the next two items, item 5O and 5P. One is the gym floor at Blaylock, and the other one is our new scoreboard replacement.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, trustees. So in late April, a soccer ball hit a sprinkler head, knocked it off the sprig at Blaylock Middle School, and the floor was saturated in a hurry. The facilities responded. They closed the valve. They dried the floor. 6 weeks later, noticed warping in the gym, got underneath the floor, and water had gotten under the floor and warped the wood, and so more than half of the floor was damaged. So what you have in your agenda packet, that is a full floor replacement. We moved on that replacement at the time because we could not wait until this meeting on August to begin because, which, as you all know, unforeseen catastrophes, severe facility damages, things that could impair class, those are allowable through state purchasing law to bypass normal bidding instances. And so the replacement began for this about 3 weeks ago. It's already complete. The price there is in your agenda packet, and insurance is covering the majority of this repair. So if you have any questions, I will be happy to entertain those.
Any questions about this? No questions. Please proceed.
Gotcha. 5P. So the scoreboard system at Standard Stadium, it's 21 years old. It is 3 separate subsystems, audio, video, and scoreboard, and they are no longer integrating reliably. The fail rate for those systems working together, it's becoming more and more common, and that includes full screen blackouts, audio delays, video delays, mismatched timing between the announcer and displays. The failures have disrupted athletic events. Most recently notable was a playoff game between Coppell and Richardson. Lightning strike in the area, got into some electrical. The screen went black. The referee could not. They were having to keep time on the field. There was no game clock, no down and distance, no timeouts remaining, no play clock, no timeout count. It was pretty rough. And so a full replacement is needed. We have definitely gotten our money's worth out of what is there. And so the proposals in your packet, we have them in there, 100% digital board, hardwired, backups, play clocks, locker room clocks, down and distance, control consoles, all of the primary electrical for the scoreboard and the ribbon. And it also includes the control room upgrade for the video, and that is really what I think is one of the coolest components, because that's going to directly impact students. There's a really neat curriculum package that we've got. It's going to allow our CTE AV students to create graphics, operate cameras, wired cameras, wireless cameras, pan tilt zoom cameras. They're going to get to work with switchers, routing, replay systems. It's really something that's going to let them have career-ready outcomes, if you will, if this is a field that they want to pursue. Lead technical director, replay operator, sound engineers. It's really neat what they're going to be able to do with the curriculum package. But as we talked about a couple meetings back, this funding is provided through 2018 bond residual funds, so it's not an impact to the district's general fund. If you have any questions, I'm happy to talk through those.
Board members, any questions? I'll just add for the benefit of the community that the residual funds from the 2018 bond, that there have been 2 instances where the board was provided a list of expenditures, and we went through and ranked them, and administration made sure that they prioritized those. They got through that list, and they brought us back another list so that we could go below the line that it was essentially there. So the board has been very active in ensuring that the residual funds from the 2018 bond were utilized effectively. And I also think it's important for the community to know and understand that there has been a a change in legislation that now athletics has to be a separate bond package, and those are more challenging to get to pass just because of the nature of Texas sports and people's opinions about the value of sports, even though we know it greatly impacts our students. And so one of the decisions that the board made was the more that we could expend out of the 2018 residual funds on athletics would mean that we would not have to go forward. We may still have to go forward because there are other expenditures, but just to make sure that we utilize as much as possible to support athletics, because we needed that, and that was something that we're allowed to do with those funds since it's a residual. So I just want to make sure the community understands that there was a lot of intentionality around how the residual funds were spent, and this is another example of the affordance that we have from those. Mr. Gilmore.
I may have missed it, but what's the length of time that's going to take to do once it starts? It's not going to be in 2 weeks when football season
Oh, no,
starts.
sir. The prices that are in there, they're guaranteeing those through the end of football season. Once football season concludes, it'll be done in 6 to 8 weeks. It'll be done by the time track hits.
And then does the package include any of the cameras that you were talking about, or it's all the hardware stuff?
Yes, ma'am. It's the cameras. It's all of that within the packaging, and it's the full electrical as well. Our guys are not going to have to work any of that electrical. That's part of the package as well.
Awesome. All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much for the information,
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Eldridge.
That concludes the administrative reports.
All right, thank you. Our next agenda item is agenda item number 4. Board members, do we have any questions regarding any other consent agenda items? All right, so seeing none and hearing none, we'll move on to a closed meeting pursuant to our next is a closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employee disciplinary matter or complaints, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, and 551.3084, investigation. 5A is pursuant to Section 551.076, security devices, an annual discussion of our safety and security protocols. So at this time, we'll ask all of our audience members to please leave the boardroom, as we will remain in this room for this closed session, and the time is now 8:26 p.m. 6:26, sorry, 6:26, thank you. Okay, the time is 6:32 and we are back in open session. We have reached the end of our agenda and the time is still 6:32 and we are adjourned. I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7 o'clock p.m. on August 6, 2026. Tonight, before we begin the meeting, I really want to take a moment to remember Private Isabella Gonzalez. She's a 19-year-old Carrollton resident and a Louisville ISD graduate who was killed in the line of duty. In public education, we often speak about the importance of creating college, career, and military readiness in all of our students. And when we make those decisions to help support that, oftentimes what we don't think about is the sacrifice that when you choose to go into the military, into the service, what could happen. And we lost a life of 19, and that is very hard to process when you sit here and you think about the future that we're creating for students. So while she was not a CFB ISD graduate, we as a board and as a broader community really mourn with her family, her friends, and with the Louisville ISD community. And all of us should be thinking about how she had an impact on all of our lives, because it's of her service that we are able to live free in our country. And so before we begin and administer the pledges tonight and hear our message, I would just ask that we stand and observe a moment of silence in honor of Private Isabella Gonzalez. Isabella Gonzalez. Thank you so much. You're welcome to remain standing as we have a message from Louis Jenkins, and then I'll provide the U.S. pledge, and Marjorie Barnes will provide the Texas pledge.
Yes, thank you. If you don't mind, let's quiet our hearts and open our ears to hear from our Heavenly Father. To the Most High and Gracious God, the Creator of the heavens and the earth and all that is within it, we thank you, Lord, for this day to worship and bless your holy name. Lord, we are thankful for the opportunity to be a servant in your kingdom. We are grateful you have given us the wisdom to walk in your ways, the understanding to live according to your word, and the discernment to choose to do good that blesses your name and one another. Lord, your word says in Proverbs 16:9, we can make our plans, but the Lord determines our steps. Lord, I pray that you grant the school board members, administrators, staff, teachers, and all involved the tenacity to face all challenges that might come before them this new school year. I know this new school year bring new opportunities and challenges that can be seasoned with some chaos. So Lord, guide them as they plan, set goals, and prepare for another school year. Lord, we acknowledge you are in control, and we're asking for your blessings as we embark upon a new school year. Lord, please fill all involved with educating our children with innovative ideals needed to seize every opportunity to serve the children with excellence. Lord, you know each child is unique with different learning styles, gifts, and talents, and all of them are precious. Help us to remember that today's children will become the leaders of tomorrow. So help us, Lord, to prepare them to face tomorrow's challenges with your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Lord, lead this board member and all involved to create an environment for learning where every student will experience physical, emotional, and spiritual growth in a safe environment for learning where every student can and will thrive. Lord, please let this school year be a testament to your presence in our schools, a reflection of the dedication and knowledge and skills of this leadership body. Father, as I close, I'd like to close with Ephesians 3:20-21. It says, now all glory to God, who is able through his mighty power at work within us to accomplish infinitely more than we might ask or think. Glory to him in the church and in Christ Jesus through all generations forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you for your participation in our opening activities, and we are so excited to welcome you to a new school year with much anticipation as the board takes a little bit of a break in the summer, and then we come back to welcome the community and welcome our teachers and staff back, and we are so excited for what this year will bring and the great things that are going to happen thanks to the hard work of our teachers, administration, and central office. So as a district, we dedicate our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide every deliberation, decision, and action. As elected trustees, the board is responsible for providing oversight, setting the strategic direction of this district, and ensuring accountability, all in service of student achievement. You will witness the board conducting its work in open session this evening, except for specific items that may be discussed in closed session as permitted under Texas Government Code Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Act. These items typically involve personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, or real estate transactions. As we move through our agenda tonight, it's important to remember that we are in the business of supporting kids. With that in mind, we ask that everyone present model respectful, responsible, and constructive behavior, as this models the expectations we have for our students. For the record, board members present are Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Marjorie Barnes, Carolyn Benavides, Paul Gilmore, Cynthia Noda, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Our next agenda item is item number 2, special presentations and recognitions. And we are so excited to welcome our mayor. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Eldridge.
Thank you so much, mayors, for being here tonight. We've started a new tradition with our mayors of our surrounding cities so that they bring a welcome back message, or they get 3 minutes or less. Because you all know you don't want to be at a long meeting either when school's starting. But we just appreciate all the support from each one of you, and we could not do this job without your support as well. So in your little bag, we have given you a little lunch kit, so you'll be reminded that we only get 30 minutes for lunch. And you also get some headphones, so when you need to turn out some noise, you can put those headphones in. So just a little thank you to really appreciate you all for coming tonight. So Mayor Babbitt, if you will address the podium and give us your welcome back message, we appreciate you.
Well, welcome back. It's always such an exciting time. New school years always bring new ideas, new bright, shiny faces coming down our aisles, streets, walkways on the way to school. It's always great seeing the students here gathered. I will tell you that in Carrollton, we like to say Carrollton is the community that families and businesses want to call home. A large part of the reason people make their home is because of our schools. We have great schools in Carrollton, and our partnership with CFB ISD is absolutely at the heart of that. We have been longtime partners, working across all grade levels throughout the district, and I can tell you that I am just excited for you all as you start a new year. I'm excited for the teachers and the staff and the students as they make new friends, learn new topics, and start a new year and a new beginning. So thank you so much for all you do on behalf of Carrollton and the City Council and Carrolltonians everywhere. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Babbitt. Mayor Lynn from Farmers Branch.
Well, happy new school year to everybody. So, on behalf of the City of Farmers Branch, I want to say how much we value our partnership with the school district. Our schools are one of the reasons families choose to call our community home. And the success of our students is directly tied to the success of our city. Our schools are part of the fabric of our community. When families choose where to put down roots, they are looking at our parks, our housing, our public safety, but they're also looking at our schools. And so the strength of the school district is one of the reasons why people choose Farmers Branch, and we don't take that for granted. To the teachers here tonight, and the many more across the district who could not be in the room here this evening, what you do is not easy, and it does not always get the recognition it deserves. Long before a student becomes a graduate, a professional, or a leader in the community, they're shaped by the people who show up every day for them here in the classroom. That is you all. And so your patience, your creativity, and your persistence build the foundation our community stands on. To the administrators and the support staff working behind the scenes to make opening day possible, thank you for your planning, your patience, and your commitment to our students and to our city. And to the Board of Trustees specifically, thank you for your service. You do work while balancing careers, families of your own, and because of your belief in the value of public education, you make our district successful. The decisions made in this room about budgets, facilities, policies, and other items extend beyond these walls to shape the future of our community and our other partner cities. That responsibility is not small, and neither is your commitment. Farmers Branch is proud to stand alongside the school district as we begin this new school year. We're cheering for every student, every teacher, and on every campus across this district. And so I would be remiss if I didn't remind everybody that with a new school year comes a reminder, do not speed. Well, one, don't speed in Farmers Branch. But two, don't speed in the school zone, because we're not very forgiving. We need to make sure our kids get to and from school safely. So just want to remind everybody, this is your one warning. Okay. So on behalf of myself and our city council, I want to thank you. We're wishing everybody here a safe, successful, and inspired start to the 2026-27 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. Our newly elected mayor in Irving and a new dear friend, we are ready for you, sir. So Mr. Zapata just got elected in May, right? Isn't that correct?
May 2nd.
May 2nd. I didn't know the exact date, but there you go. So thank you so much for being here.
Madam Chair and Wendy, Superintendent of all of CFB, schools, etc. I really enjoyed being with you Friday night. I mean, I never saw so many young people with their parents, and it was really quite heartening for me. The other is that we talked about something that we started about 14 years ago in Irving and included Ranch View High School. And what happened, and it was called Future Leaders of Irving. And I extend that again to your school board, but most specifically Ranch View, to be part with us in the 5 high schools in Irving. And I know my friends from Capel. I'm not sure about Addison. I got to start going to Kaboom more, and maybe I'll find one, okay? But this is really a fun group to be with. But let me also say, and I think I'm getting up on my 2 minutes now, all right? We really would love to have you do that, because what this does, it prepares graduating seniors for when they leave their schools after graduation. And we try to prepare them over the 6 months of the last year in their senior year. And we just had our first real win. We've had a lot of wins. And we have our first graduate of our group that is now an airline pilot for American Airlines. So, and we do focus on C and B students, because we think that's where the future is going to be with you young people. The other, let me also say something that I wore my Purple Heart from Vietnam in honor of PFC Gonzalez. And I understand what you all are going through, my mayor, I thank you for all the things that you did to make sure we all recognize that kind of commitment to our country. And so I'm here saying to you, I really appreciate what you've done to honor her, and I'm here too for that. So thank you for my time, and Wendy, I look forward to
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your service as well. And our wonderful mayor from Addison, we just appreciate your support. And our culinary kids won the very first event that you hosted. So, would you like to say anything to the group? Never a moment that a mayor doesn't want to talk, right?
Just give us an opportunity. We'll be there. Thank you very much. It's my honor to be here this evening and to visit with you all and to be here with my mayor friends. We do spend a lot of time together. We are actually good friends, so appreciate that. There's just a small section of Addison that actually lies within CFB ISD, and I've heard that many of them refer to themselves as the lucky ones, and because they love being part of this school district, and I understand that completely. And it's an exciting time when school's getting ready to start. There's a lot of energy going on, and I'm sure a lot of folks in the room are saying, how in the world did summer go by that fast? Yes. And it's over. Here we go back again. But it really is an exciting time. And I think of it as it's kind of the great unknown. What's going to happen in this coming year? The great unknown for the administration, for the students, for the teachers. You just don't know what's going to happen. But that's the exciting part of it too. And I think for the teachers, I mean, we have to give so much love to all the teachers that do that hard work every day. And they have amazing opportunities in front of them to inspire the students that are coming into their classrooms. Because I'm sure we all have a teacher from our youth that said the right thing, encouraged us at the right time, and lifted us up and gave us that kind of extra little nudge. And we have that teacher in our head and in our heart. And so that's an amazing opportunity to have that. And so I honor them for the work that they do, and for everybody, the teachers, the staff, and the administration. Thank you for the hard work that you all do for our students, and thank you for being a great part of our community, and appreciate the invitation this evening. Thank you.
So before you all leave, we want to get a picture. So if you'll come up here with the board. Do we want to go down there? No, we're down. Okay.
Don't speed in the school zone. Welcome back. Here we go. He doesn't want any of Thank you guys so much. I am so thankful for you. Thoroughly appreciate you. We'll send you guys all. Okay. It truly is a blessing when you can have the partnership.
He's got his hat.
Sounds like excitement back there. It's definitely a blessing when we can have the partnerships with our cities, and we're so looking forward to a great year. Many of you may not know, but our cities also share in our SRO funding. It's a joint city and school district partnership, so we're thankful for that. And then they also help with all of our crossing guards, and so that funding is provided from the city. So in case you didn't know that, that's an expense that the cities bear to support and ensure that we safely get kids to school that are walking. So we're very thankful and appreciative, and I believe we are already have one and some other plans to have joint city council and school board meetings this year. And so we're looking forward to that, especially as we go into the 90th legislative session. We're looking for strategies and ideas to where we can build kind of some synchronous around that of priorities that we can support each other with. So it's going to be a great year. Our next agenda item is item 2B, which is our recognitions, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Rodriguez.
Good evening, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and esteemed members of the board. Tonight, we have a new sponsor for our CFB champion. So through our new partnership with RBFCU, we honor individuals who demonstrate excellence with the CFB Champion Award. Tonight, we are honored to present the first CFB Champion Award for the school year to Margaret Mars, the theater director at Blaylock Middle School. When a student began choking during an after-school rehearsal late last school year, Ms. Mars sprang into action and administered life-saving first aid that helped save the student's life. Her quick thinking made a lasting impact. A dedicated educator of 22 years, she has built an award-winning theater program and was recently named the 2026 Texas Educational Theater Association K-12 Educator of the Year, reflecting her outstanding dedication to her students, both inside and outside the classroom. We would all like to thank Ms. Mars for her heart, her leadership, and her commitment to her students. So please join us in congratulating Ms. Mars.
Amazing. Okay, we'll stay here.
Okay, for our student recognition. Oh, happy birthday! What a great present. This month, CFB ISD is proud to recognize the Newman Smith flag football team who had a historic season that established the program among the best in Texas. The team finished district play with a perfect 7-0 record and captured district and regional championships before making it to the inaugural Texas Girls Flag Football State Championship Tournament, one of only 8 qualifying teams statewide. Overall, the team finished the season 13-4, earned North Texas runner-up honors, and were recently ranked number 7 in Texas by Dave Campbell's Texas Football, capping off a remarkable turnaround season. Please join us in recognizing the Newman Smith players who were able to join us tonight, and I apologize if I mispronounce any of your names. Emma Allen, Danalis Carrion Pizarro, Kennedy Lawson, Haley Lopez, Alasia Mackay, Ivana Perez, Valeria Varela, and Riley Wells. Congratulations and well-deserved recognition, ladies. Yeah. That concludes tonight's recognitions.
It's very fitting to celebrate on the eve of school starting one of our amazing educators that has dedicated so much, and then also to save a student's life is incredible. And then to our students, congratulations. I think you said it is not powder puff anymore. And I witnessed that in these games, and I watched these girls, and I was like, oh my gosh, I mean, this is fierce. So as we gear up for the school year, I know Dr. Eldridge is very excited to be having our community events and our athletics on the website so everybody can see when the games are. And we are so excited to continue to watch you all shine. It's going to be a great year, so congratulations for your hard work. Keep going, and we acknowledge it is not powder puff. All right, next up is item 2D, which is our PTA. I'll turn it over to our new president, Delia Gonzalez.
Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and esteemed board. First, let me apologize for my attire tonight. I was at the Ranch View Welcome backpack, and so, but I'm wearing blue for Ranch View. And so again, my name is Delia Gonzalez, and I have the honor and privilege to serve as your council president this year. And I just want to remind everybody of a couple of things of what our goals are. And so the PTA motto is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children within the district and all children within the state. And for council PTA to live out this motto, here are some things that we're doing. And so if you remember one of the songs by REM from the 1900s, shiny, happy people. That is what we need to be. We need to be the shiny, happy people that keep pedaling along and keep trying to guide people where they need to go. And the way that we're going to do that is by providing guidance, accountability, and hands-on assistance so that our local PTAs can thrive and therefore thrive in our schools and support the students. We will lift them up. We will lift up these local PTAs and empower them to support the students and staff. And so here are our 3 pillars to make that happen this year. We are providing direct support to our local PTAs. By that, we've assigned a council board liaison to every local PTA to help them refer to resources to become stronger and more stable, to be able to be more stronger and stable for the principals in the schools. Inclusive, we are going to provide general council meetings instead of delegate meetings so that everybody is welcome to attend, in hopes that we can get more education out there and that more people are willing to volunteer, because you know volunteer is the crux of how PTA operates. Additionally, we are providing resource access. And so this brings me to our fall training announcement, which is on August the 29th. It'll be at the Watton Center. I would encourage and ask all of you to go. We have a special guest that's coming to speak that day. And that fall training is going to include community resources that are available to all local PTAs should they want to use them. But additionally, it provides free resources to the local PTAs. So PTAs that may not have a lot of money, PTAs that are struggling for volunteers, they can still do programs for the local schools. Beyond our vendors, we will be able to provide additional training to our local boards so that we can then turn around and help them support the schools. Trustees, I personally invite you to this event, and additionally, I'm going to invite you to become a Champions PTA member. Showing your support for PTA means the world to us. I thank you for your time and continued support of Council PTA. Again, if you have any questions or need anything from me directly, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's going to be a great year, and we're so thankful for the support and really excited about the direction you're heading and supporting the local PTAs as they continue to make a difference. So we really appreciate you. All right, I did pass by item 2C, district announcements, and jumped right to 2D. So we're going to back up. And Dr. Eldridge, I'm sure you have some announcements since it's back to school.
I have lots of announcements. No, I have a few announcements. First, I want to recognize our new leadership. And it's such an exciting time in our district when we assign new leaders and new tasks. So I would like, as I announce, you to come up here, and then we'll all take a picture together. So the first new leader that we're announcing, everybody thought that he worked for the district, but we finally got him to work for the district, and we are so proud to have Victor Johnson as our Executive Director of Educational Foundation. We could not do this without you. And so, Victor, we're so glad to have you a part of our family. So if you'll just wait there awkwardly, we will all take a picture. Our next person is Carla Hardaway, and she is partner in crime. She is our new community service coordinator. So Carla and Victor are suite mates, and so they do a lot of projects together. We're so glad to have that team. We also have Shannon Cooper, our new Director of Health Services. We are so excited. We got her from another district, and we are just thrilled to have you. I know you've hit the ground running. Mr. Calvin Capps, he has been at 3 different schools, and he's still a champ. He is the new principal at Perry Middle School. We are so honored to have him. Jaime Mendoza just came to us from a surrounding district. He's the new principal at Rainwater, and just an asset to our district. And the new principal at Ranchview High School is Mr. Robert Atchison. We are so glad. Robert, you have a lot of, you've got to support your PTA. She's head of the PTA council. So, and President Ranch, so we expect big things. Dr. Kara Miller couldn't be with us tonight. She's our new director of HR who was formerly at Ranchview. So we would like to take a picture with you all and welcome you as new leaders in our district. So they can, yeah, we'll just be right there. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Jaime. Thank you. Welcome aboard, everyone. I know that you guys have lots to do, so if you want to sit down, you can, or you can just keep walking. I'm giving you an opportunity because I know that you all have new plans to make. Also want to give a shout out to our communications team for such a great back to school fest. I know we had lots and lots of students and families there, and I'm so glad that we have a partnership with the mayors because I think at one point we were a little over fire code, but they took care of us. So I really want to thank Karen and your team for really making that go. Last week, what an honor, our 2 Teachers of the Year, elementary, Crochet, Powell from Sheffield, and Mason Colhorst from Ranchview were our Region 10 Teachers of the Year, and they were celebrated at the regional luncheon, and it just makes you so proud of just our great teachers that we have. I got to meet their families, and it just, to me, it just is a blessing. It really makes our one big family come true. And the last thing, if Kim, if you'll put this slide up, I am so proud of Student Services. Thank you, Leon and Matt and all your team. Tracy, I see you out there too. I don't know where Liz is. She's usually with you all. Is she on the other side? Okay, well, I know you're all here. So the Student Services team, would you guys stand up and let us honor you? You guys have done so much and you've worked so many hard hours. This is the enrollment hotline number that they've started for the first day. So anybody that has, it goes live at 7 a.m. on Tuesday, our first day. Any problems that anybody has, just call this number. We want to chat with you. We want to help you. We want to make your first day such a great first day in our district. So thank you, Student Services team, for all you do. So that concludes my announcements. Okay.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Sorry, I have one more. You're right. You were pointing at me.
Yes.
Okay, so in our district, there's several of you. I think it's Tracy and Cass and Rachel Langston that are working so hard on your doctorate. And it's not easy to be a working person and also have to go to school, but we recently have one of our teammates who has finished her doctorate and she graduates tomorrow. And so Dr. Holcomb, we have a new nameplate for you that says Dr. Holcomb. We are so proud of you. So I'm going to bring it to you. We can officially put it in there, and it's a special moment that you have earned it. So congratulations. So Kim, take the old one off, and now you get the doctor one. You can give the other one to your husband and said it really did pay off. There you go. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. It is definitely, I think, after having being on the journey, I can share that I expressed to Dr. Eldridge that this is a big deal, and we have got to start celebrating when people get their doctorates and advanced degrees, because not only does it make an impact on our students and our staff, but it makes an impact on central office and our functioning because of the amount of education that they pour in and the change that happens when you get an advanced degree. And so I anticipate many more celebrations along the way. And so congratulations. As a fellow not doctor yet, I know the hard work that it takes, and having watched your defense, I know how much effort you put into making a difference and looking at student data in a way that's going to make a difference in the future. So congratulations.
We're proud of you.
All right. At this time, I know many people have already decided they've gone to dinner and they are off on their evening. But I will say that if anybody else, you are welcome to stay for as long of the meeting as you would like tonight. But we also do understand that many people have other things to do tonight. So if you would like to exit, you're more than welcome to. And I'll still continue on with the agenda. You are also welcome to stay for as long as you would like tonight. We love to not have just a empty room. So our next agenda item is item number 3, audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have electronically submitted an online form for this purpose prior to the deadline and closing of the form at 1 p.m. today. As of the posted deadline today, we had 2 submissions to address the board. Before I begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling audience for guests. Board policy BED local states individuals who wish to participate during the portion of the meeting designated for public comment shall sign up with the presiding officer or designee before the meeting begins as specified in the board's procedures on public comment, and shall indicate the agenda item or topic they wish to address the board about. The procedure for speaking before the board is found on our website at cfbisd.edu. Accordingly, only individuals who completed the form by 1 o'clock today on the date of the meeting may address the board during audience for guests. As a reminder to our speakers, as students are the heart of our work, the board asks that speakers model respectful and constructive behavior that we expect of our students. Please keep your comments civil and courteous, avoid profanity or personal attacks. Refrain from discussing students who are not your own child. Yelling, disruptive behavior, discriminatory remarks are not permitted. Criticism of the board is allowed, but must follow the decorum guidelines set forth above. Failure to adhere to these decorum guidelines will result in the forfeiture of your speaker's remaining time. The board will not respond to speakers directly during public comment and will address any agenda items as deemed necessary when they are listed on the agenda. The board is under no obligation to respond to questions posed by speakers and will not entertain repetitive attempts by speakers to ask questions or demands for responses. Speakers who ask questions of the board during public comment will receive 1 warning and will be reminded that the board does not respond directly to the public during audience for guests. Subsequent attempts by speakers to question the board after the first warning to cease in doing so will be considered disruptive and result in the forfeiture of the individual's remaining time. Continued disruption of the board meeting may result in criminal trespass warnings and/or a citation. Individuals will now be called to the podium in the order in which forms were received. A timer will be shown on the screen in front of you and will begin when you arrive at the podium to speak. Again, the speaker's presentation will be allotted to the allotted time, which is designated in board policy, 3 minutes or 1 minute. And I will now call our first speaker, Zohair Barmal, stakeholder, 3 minutes. And I believe the topic you signed up to speak was encouraging science participation.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Dear Board of Trustees, can you hear me? Okay. I had no plans to show up today, but then I woke up at 7 a.m. and I read the Dallas Morning News editorial. And the editorial says, science scores require attention. This is today's edition. And then I started reading, and it talks mostly about Dallas ISD, DeSoto ISD, and Duncanville ISD. But let me just read a couple of sentences, since I do have 3 minutes. Students are still falling short of grade level expectations. In DISD, about 42% of the 8th graders met grade level expectations on the science exam, while just under 30% of the 5th graders met grade level standards. And then there is a beautiful quote over here. It says, while it's important that students perform well on core subjects like reading and math, Science shouldn't be overlooked. I think this is very important. If you get a chance, read the editorial of today. And then it says, we need to continue to recruit the best teachers, measure their performance, and ensure students are learning with high-quality instructional material. And then the last line is, these concepts are foundational for students to understand the world around them, and the latest scores show that improvement is possible, but slow progress is not enough when most students are performing below grade level. And then there were 2 chemistry questions of 8th grade at the bottom of the article, and I tried doing them. I couldn't do it. They were in chemistry. And then I thought, it's something that I can bring it to the Board of Trustees' attention. So if we can generate the same noise, same passion and interest that are sometimes present in other schools, if we can do that in our district, that would be nice. And then, if I'm suggesting something, I have to come up with some solution, or at least I can do my part. So to encourage teachers to do their best, I have brought 2 checks of $500 each, one for Bush Middle School and one for Ranch View. And I will leave it to the discretion of the principal to do what she wants to do to encourage science in their respective school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and the donation. All right, our next speaker is Nico Ornelas, non-stakeholder, 1 minute.
Agenda item 3, this district's new audience for guest procedures and forced consent are not clever nor savvy. It's embarrassing, incriminating, and a sign of weakness. They demonstrate a continued pattern of attempts to deny and circumvent this board's constitutional obligation to guarantee due process. Because offering the board yet another opportunity to reconsider previous poor decisions has now been deemed disruptive, I can only be optimistic this district will currently recognize and correctly recognize my stakeholder status, rather than continuing to intentionally retaliate and violate my civil liberties. As I look down to read, if the presiding officer would be so kind as to verbally inform me of when my time to speak has concluded, I will immediately vacate the lectern. This includes if that command is unconstitutionally issued prior to the expiration of a stakeholder's allotted time, as I was issued a preemptive threat of arrest by the police department earlier this week, acting at the behest of this district. Item 4A, while there is no inherent issue with the fiscal year transition going forward, please do not insult this community's intelligence by ever citing this artificial balanced budget.
Mr. Ornelas, your time is up. All right, that's all the speakers we have for this evening. We'll move on to agenda item number 4, non-action items for discussion. We will begin with item 4A, the budget update. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Eldridge to introduce the item.
So I'd like to just thank our CFO and Carla Stasny for all the hard work that they've put into our budget, and all of our administrators for understanding the situations we're in. I think we have one slide about our longevity or years of service pay, and I just want to say that Ms. Stasny and I had a committee of teachers and some auxiliary staff. And I just want to acknowledge the people that were on our committee that really helped us. And we'll come back to the board with some resolutions regarding years of service pay, probably at the next meeting. But we got some great ideas. We had Stephen Seafelt, Sasha Mayer, Fred Lockwood, Summer Garcia, Leah Farda, Eric Cruz, Patty Gonzalez, Carla was on there, Rebecca Dowles, Sherry Scrutch, and Tammy Smalkus. And my dear Kim was also on the committee. So we also had Chloe Castanon, and she was not available, but she also answered the questions. And so it really showed how well we can work together when we have something to work through. And so we'll bring that back for discussion. But in the meantime, we have put together a presentation of where we are. So Art, you and Carla can take it away.
Yes, thank you. Carla's going to be making our presentation tonight. She's our budget director, and she is fantastic to work with. And just want to introduce her, and she's going to make the presentation. And if we have any questions, I'll try to assist her and answering whatever questions you might have.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and trustees. Thank you for allowing us to come tonight to talk about the budget update. Tonight, we're going to walk you through where the district is financially. And the first thing that we're going to talk about is the 25-26 revenue and expenditure projections. We're going to discuss the fiscal year transition, and then we're going to review the budget assumptions that were put together to prepare the 26-27 proposed budget. And also, we hope this provides a clear understanding of the challenges that the district is facing and the thoughtful planning that has gone into this for this process. With that, we're going to go into the general fund 25-26 projection. So what we're looking at here is the 25-26 projected revenue is about $286.4 million dollars projected, and our total expenditures is $298.9 million projected, which would give us a deficit budget this year at the end of August 31st, a projected budget of about $12.5 million. Our staff has really went through the budget and tried to find ways to cut spending. Some of those ways are listed here. One of the ways is to evaluate the staff costs. And so what HR has been doing is really reviewing the vacant positions, closing positions, right-sizing positions to try to really look at those staffing costs. The whole district is actually limiting overtime and extra duty. And then, but if we need that for essential operations, then we are allowing that. But we're trying to limit that as much as possible. Effective May 8th, the budget department actually is started monitoring and restricting the general fund spending, and we're only allowing emergency or critical expenses. So we've been doing that. The finance department has really went through the procedure manual, and so we're looking at the targeted areas right now are the travel guidelines for staff and the recognition for staff. All of the district is trying to maximize alternative funding sources such as grant funding and activity funds where they're allowable. So I know everybody's working really hard on all in all locations trying to get that done. And then the last thing is we're looking at reviewing the open POs. Right now, if there's any open POs that are not going to be used, we want to get those closed so that they don't hold that budget, and then that clears up the encumbrances. I put this slide in here because I wanted to show how much and how hard the district is working. So what this is actual payroll costs. And so if you can look at the schedule, what we're doing is we're comparing the 25-26 June 30th actual payroll costs and comparing that to the 2024-25 June 30. And so if you look at that variance column, you'll notice that almost every area has been a reduction this year. And this is at the same time period as last year. There's only just a few that have not been a reduction since last year. That total reduction is $4.1 million. And some of the ways that we have cut spending here was, of course, the consolidation of the campuses, right sizing of the positions. And the other thing is limiting the overtime and extra duty. And staff has done a really good job of working on that. What this doesn't reflect is this is a net impact of all of those cost savings plus the increases in pay that we did this year. So that is a net impact of all those things. So we had a high increase in compensations, especially for the TRA for the teachers last year. So this is a net impact of that. So I think that's huge. Oops. Sorry. We're going to move into the fiscal year transition. And so what we're planning on doing starting September 1st is starting the 10-month transition year. That year will go through June 30th, 2027. For this year, we're going to complete the year as normal. It'll close August 31st, 2026. This is just an accounting change. It doesn't really generate cash. And so any increase to the fund balance is just a one-time accounting effect. There's no new money to spend. And so with that, what we're proposing is that our 10-month budget for 2026-27 will be a balanced budget. And we're going to look at that a little bit later. Just a few things that I think are worthy to note is fund balance versus cash balance. The big thing is that most of the revenues that the district receives is from the period of September through February, and so we get most of our revenue there. And so with a 10-month budget, we have expenditures that will pay out in July and August that will be reported on the next fiscal year. So it'll look like that we have either a balanced budget or additional funds in the fund balance. This is not an increase to cash, and so the only way that we can save cash is to restrict actual spending. The audit timeline will also change because of the fiscal year transition. So for 26, we will have the same timeline. So currently, the auditors are in our office right now doing their interim field work. And then by January 7th, 2027, they will have the audit results to present to the audit committee. And then how that changes for the 27 audit timeline is it will be pushed up a couple of months. And so the auditors will start their interim work on or around May, probably the end of May or 1st of June in 2027. And then they will present that audit results to the audit committee on or around November 4th of 2027. What this also does means that we're going to have to push up the budget preparation. So we'll probably start the new budget preparations late September or early October so that we can get those ready and prepared before the June adoption. Now we're going to go to the 26-27 general fund budget assumptions. As y'all know, in 25-26, the district enrollment declined by approximately 1,500 students, which really directly impacts our state funding and district revenues. When we prepared the 26-27 budget, we built the assumption on that the district would lose an additional 1,000 students, and so we will continue to monitor and project the updated data for the enrollment, and as that becomes available. With that, when we do the calculation for the state template, we actually use the average daily attendance. And so this year for the 26-27 budget, we're going to use the average daily attendance of 19,804 students, and that's normally about a 95% of the actual student enrollment. So that's where we're starting with. And also the TEA did not compress our M&O tax rate. So what that means is the M&O and the INS tax rate will not change for this next coming school year or fiscal year. In June, the board approved compensation increase option number 4, and what that means, or what that is a 2% midpoint raise for teachers, counselors, nurses, librarians, paraprofessionals, and auxiliary staff, and then a 1% midpoint for all other staff. An additional increase to the special education teacher stipends was also included in that, and we also put back in the budget for the years of service or longevity payment. One thing to note here is that when I'm comparing the general fund staffing budget from 25-26 to 26-27, there is actually a reduction of 156 positions. However, that's not filled positions, so it's not really much of a. I mean, it can be some cost savings, but not all of those are filled. So it's actually. But that just shows you the work that HR is putting in to get those positions and the vacant positions closed and that sort of thing. With this compensation plan, that is an increase of approximately $4.4 million. And the district will continue to align the staffing with the enrollment and monitor staffing needs and budget conditions throughout the 26-27 school year. We want to talk a little bit about the longevity pay review. Dr. Eldridge mentioned that already. And while the district is facing a deficit budget, we really want to stay committed to our staff and recognize the dedication and the years of service for them. Since 2011, we have had the longevity pay, and it's been an important way for us to show our appreciation to them. And so what we did is we established a longevity pay committee, which we may change to just years of service, so that may be on the resolution as well. And so what the committee is doing is they looked at all the eligibility requirements, and they have come up with some recommendations, and our hope is that we bring that resolution to you guys on the August 20th board meeting. And like she said, they were made up of all different types of people throughout the district. So it was great to talk to them. With that, we're back, or we're at the end for the 26-27 general fund proposed budget. Like we talked about in the beginning of this presentation is the 10-month budget. If you look at that column, we are going to bring a balanced budget, 10-month budget to you guys on August 20th for approval. If everything stayed the same and we did a 12-month budget, we would be looking at a deficit of about $23.9 million. So we're trying everything that we can. Everyone's working really hard to try to do whatever we can to reduce that. This is a new requirement. We have to include this if the board is talking about or adopting anything that does with the budget. And so it's a taxpayer impact statement. And so you'll see this on the next board presentation as well, because we'll be talking about the tax rate and approving the tax rate and the budget. And what this is it is a comparison between the tax year 2025 and the tax year 2026, and it's the median valued homestead multiplied by our tax rate, and what that means to the residents, how much their estimated property tax bill would be. And we split it out by Dallas County and Denton County so that you can take a look at that, but this is a required posting, so just wanted to make sure that we have that in there. And our last slide is our timeline to adopt. So we did receive our certified values on July 24th. We finalized the revenue projection. We've received the tax rate from TEA, and we're doing the board meeting right now, the presentation right now. So on August 20th, our hope is to bring a longevity pay resolution for you guys. And then we would also have the 10-month balanced budget for the general fund and the balanced budget for the student nutrition and debt service. And the last thing would be to adopt the 2026-27 tax rate. We appreciate all of your continued support and partnership, and we just know that this has been a hard process, but we're just glad that you guys are working together with us to make sure that we support the district's long-term financial stability. So if you have any questions, Art would be glad to answer them.
Ms. Brady.
Thank you all for your hard work. I know everybody's been pushing to bring this more to a balanced budget. I do want to look back at slide number 4 and slide 20 if we could, to point out, I'm going to point out the obvious in case anybody missed it. But if you'll look on there, in the second quote-unquote paragraph, the recapture payment, is that the one I'm looking for? Yes. So the recapture payment, is that the one? Okay. Of $12,811, is that right?
Yes.
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 I'm having a hard time seeing it from here, so I'm going to pull it back on mine. Is about equal to the deficit. So in case y'all missed that the first time around, the deficit, the recapture payment that we are making to the state from our property wealthy districts is equal or close to equal to the amount that we are in deficit in our budget. If you'll fast forward to slide number 20, please, which is the projection for this year. You'll see that the recapture payment is just under what we are going to be in deficit for next year. So in case anybody missed that, our payment to the state is about where we are in deficit. So contact your local representatives, senators, let them know that this is not okay anymore. Not okay. Because now we're all suffering. Thank you.
I was waiting for that, so thank you for coming out the gate. Board members, any other comments or questions? Could I go back to slide number 4 for clarification? So originally we discussed, I believe sorry, I'm getting back to it, the other sources, the restricted fund balance of 16 million, but I'm not seeing that in the right column. So am I reading this correctly that we are not going to dip into the restricted? And so the deficit was 6, but now it's going to be 12, but we're not dipping into that?
Yes, and I'm going to take kind of responsibility for this one. Last year, then, the way it was presented, you really, if you take fund balance is your savings account. It's really what it is, in large part. So the way it was presented last year is that you would use $16 million of your fund balance, and also talk about it was presented as a $6 million deficit. But really, when you combine those two together, it was being projected as a $22 million deficit. And then I chose just to eliminate that local sources or other sources revenue so that it would just be clear where instead of a $16 million drawdown on fund balance, I'm simply saying that it's a $12.5 million projected deficit, just to try to make it more simple.
So, which means that we would be pulling out of our fund balance, but we would be pulling a lot less out of our fund balance because that's representative of the amount of savings from payroll and other expenditures.
Yes.
Yes.
And like I said, if you combine the $16 million that was presented to you as a drawdown of fund balance along with a $6 million deficit deficiency, you were really looking at a $22 million deficit that was presented to you that you approved.
So I think that is significant for the community to understand that we were projecting a $22 million deficit, essentially pulling from our fund balance, $22 million, which is our savings account, to make the year work. Would that be inaccurate? That's what we were projecting.
That's correct.
But due to the amount of work that the administration and the schools and central office has done, now we're looking at a $12 million deficit. That is $10 million that we originally identified that we were potentially going to expend this year that we're now saying, no, we made a lot of tough decisions, and now we're going to decrease that amount down. So I just want to acknowledge and say thank you, because that is a dramatic difference. An additional $10 million that is still going to remain in our savings account is critical because we have to have that fund balance and we need it. And the more we are, you got to live within your means. I think Dr. Eldridge has said this. We have to live within our means, and we have to get to where we're living within our means, whether the state gets us there or not, which means we've already made tough decisions and we're going to continue to make tough decisions. But I just want to acknowledge the hard work that you guys have done, both campus and district level. And Dr. Eldridge, thank you so much, because I know it has been hard for you guys to have to make the cuts, and you're the ones having the day-to-day conversations with staff about the changes and the cuts that are being made. But it doesn't go unnoticed. So I just want to acknowledge the extremely hard work that you guys have been doing, because we do have to right-size this district. It is unfortunate that we had this steep of a decline last year, and we're projecting a bigger decline, but I also want to say that the work that the district is doing on the positive side, the communications department, the commitment to sharing the great work that's happening in this district, the student services department, the amount of work they're pouring into helping people understand why CFB is a value, we are moving in the right direction. And I just want to tell you guys that it is seen, it is noticed. I hear it in the community. People are asking about the great things happening in CFB. They're seeing the great things happening in CFB. So I just think it's really important that we really acknowledge, because it looks like 6 and 12, but it really was 22 and 12.
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing the audit on that and making it official.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions about the budget update? All right. Well, I really appreciate the
Well, you're
presentation,
welcome, and-
pulling all this all together, because I think it does a nice summary job of explaining to the public the past, the present, and the future. And it gives us as board members one presentation that we can point to say, here's everything all in one. So I really, really appreciate the efforts put into this presentation. And we're looking
But the
forward
numbers
to
you see here are really an effort on a lot of people, but the driver was the superintendent. Superintendent was the driver behind this effort to manage our costs and get a projected budget from 22 million down to 12 million.
I've taught Carla how to say no a little nicer, but we do have to say no, but we can't, it's a team effort.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll move on to item 4B, which is the board district liaison assignments. And so the purpose of this item is really just to provide an update to the public, and also to make sure board members are fully aware of the transition. We annually identify the board district liaison assignments. So there are 5 committees that board members serve on for the district in an ongoing basis. As board president, I followed board operating procedures and consulted with the board vice president to determine the liaison placements. So Mr. Gilmore will remain on the bond oversight committee, and Ms. Garza Rojas will join him. This is intentional, that the BOC always has somebody who carries over for 2 years, and they alternate on opposite terms if at all possible, so that we have that continuation. The school health advisory committee, Ms. Barnes is going to serve on. Ms. Brady is going to do the educational foundation. Myself and Ms. Noda are going to do the safety and security committee. As required that the board president serve on the safety and security committee, so I'll stay on that one. And then the district-based site decision-making committee, Ms. Benavides will serve on. And wherever possible, like I mentioned, wherever possible, I actually changed the assignments, very specifically that the board wants to build capacity in ourselves across different departments and committees. And so we're serving on different committees wherever possible, and that turnover is what we would expect. And so as a reminder to board members, as in our board operating procedures, you are serving an ex officio non-voting member on these committees, unless the bylaws of the committee states otherwise. So you'll need to review your specific committee and confirm your role on that committee. We are not the decision makers. We are not the voters. This is a committee where we're serving as a liaison and the district is doing the work, and then you are reporting back to the board. Many of these will have presentations from administration, and so our job is to be kind of that liaison, so that if we see something, you can talk to Dr. Eldridge about it. But really make sure that the official meeting minutes are maintained by the district, not by us. And many of these are on the district website for the public to see. So I just want to make sure that everybody's kind of aware of our role, both community and members of these committees. This is a very important role that we take. We don't just sit behind the dais. We also serve on these committees and do various other things. And this is very important because these committees are really at the heart of the work that we do for the district. Board members, are there any questions regarding this information or our roles on these committees? All right, well then moving on to item 4C, which is a discussion of district properties. Dr. Eldridge, could you introduce the item?
Mr. Moore is making his way to the podium to give us an update on our district properties. Some of you may have seen some for sale signs, or the property is no longer there. So we asked Mr. Moore if he would come and give us an update on what is happening with some of our properties. So, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, trustees. If you remember, about 6 months ago, we presented an overview of land and properties throughout the district, and with school beginning and construction continuing, actually some of the construction expanding over the course of the summer, we thought it would be good to share some updates on 6 properties specifically, because some of the sites that we talked about are impacted by construction, and some of them are former campuses. Just kind of a reminder of how we got here and what we've talked through already. In February, we did the presentation I just mentioned. It was a pretty comprehensive piece on land, properties, ed specs that go into land. It ranged from, it was our portfolio ranging from 65 acres in the 3 parcels that we have across from the Watton Center in Irving near LBJ and Bush, all the way to the 30 acres in floodplain off of Luna, to vacant properties, altered use properties, demoed campuses, closed campuses. Also in February, we declared The surplus properties that you see there, 2115 Frankfurt and 18111 Kelly. Those were the two pieces that we declared surplus, and we engaged. Because you declared that surplus, those are the two pieces that you see in March. We were able to initiate a sale process for those two properties. We went the approach of a for sale by owner initially, engaged with our attorney to sell that land, kind of test the waters, see if we could do it on our own with a sign and the phone number, how many offers we would get. June 2000, it's not 2006, that was 20 years ago. So 2026, just a couple months after March, we repurposed those two consolidated campuses. We repurposed HVAC from two of the consolidated campuses as part of the bond residual spending. That resulted in multi-million-dollar savings. I will touch on that here in just a second. And then in July of 26, we extended that sale process that we initiated in March for the surplus properties. That's just been recently. We extended that through a commercial broker because we did not get a lot of interest doing it on our own. And then here we are in August to talk through the update and where we stand. So two parts to this. The first are the surplus properties. On the left, you can see there is Frankfurt, 2115 Frankfurt, and on the right is 18111 Kelly. That is the former Huey building on the left and the former Sheffield campus there on the right, and the yellow, of course, designates the property lines. We surplus both of those in February, and in March, again, we attempted that for sale by owner, essentially with our attorney, put the sign in front of both on the roadway. That is the same premise that was taken by a couple of our neighboring districts to the north, districts that have far surpassed 60,000 students, districts that were growing at lightning speed less than 10 years ago and buying up land less than 10 years ago. They took the same path we did, trying to sell in-house and save some fees. They faced the same results that we did. They didn't have a lot of success with that. We received some calls, a little bit of interest, but no offers. That spanned about 3 months. For those surplus properties, we're now working with a commercial broker, one that has been in the business for decades, has worked with school districts both selling and purchasing land. We have a listing agreement for those two properties with them. Signs will go up soon, and so we're looking forward to that process and sharing that information with you. There are also 4 consolidated properties I wanted to touch on this evening. The first on the left, that's 1600 Perry. That's the property line in yellow. That is the former Central Elementary School. You can see the Turner practice field immediately to the left of the image, west of that the campus, and then just across the street to the east is the remainder of the Turner facility. This is former Central, as I'd said, but it is also the former Turner High School West campus from this past year. It is the current Farmers Branch Elementary campus for this upcoming year. We have gotten a ton of mileage from this location, and we have saved millions of dollars in portable costs for the construction projects by utilizing this site in this way. And when we can save that from portables, of course, that's directly allowing us to keep more bond dollars impacting renovations and constructions and directly helping students and teachers. We really had a pretty neat opportunity with the Farmers Branch transition, because at the end of this construction flex space, we don't have immediate plans for this site. And as I'd mentioned, it's right in the middle of Turner. And so Farmers Branch relatively will be the last school here. So we were able to put some nice touches on there for them for this temporary year. Marquee sign, they were able to dress it up a little more than you might typically be able to do in a flex space. And then to the right of that, that's 3210 Furneaux Lane. That is property line there in yellow. That's just north of Frankfurt, maybe a quarter mile. There is no current use of that facility, but as I had mentioned, we were able to utilize an HVAC units from there. I'm going to expand on that with the turn of the page, because the property there on the left, that's 2425 McCoy, that's former McCoy Elementary. That was together with Furneaux, we were able to retrofit rooftop units from Furneaux and from McCoy with Good and Las Colinas Elementary School. The units at McCoy and Furneaux were 3 years old, 3 to 4 years old, and they still had 7 to 8 years remaining on their warranty. The units at Good and Las Colinas Elementary, they were 14 to 15 years old and had far exceeded their warranties. Deferring replacement for the rooftops at Good and McCoy, that was estimated to cost, it was $3.19 million if we deferred any longer at Good, and $3.9 million if we deferred any longer at Las Colinas. But because we were able to repurpose the rooftop units from McCoy and Fresno, we were able to save almost $4 million in future replacement costs. And again, we funded this through the 2018 bond residuals, as you alluded to in the pre-meeting, Ms. Hatfield. And so there was no cost in any of that to the district's general fund, really maximizing our asset strategies there. 2525 Frankfurt Long Middle School is the former Long Middle School campus. That's the last of the 6 properties I'll talk through tonight. That property line, of course, that's in yellow. That's Frankfurt Road to the south and the railroad to the west of the campus. That's another site that we have really optimized our operations. For this past year, it served as a location for our safety and security department. It's going to continue in that capacity this year, and it will also serve as a flex site for our DAEP as that construction is underway for the Grimes Salazar Center. And again, that's eliminating the need for portables, which keeps bond dollars directly tied to construction students and teachers. So on the next steps, as I'd mentioned, we have entered into a listing agreement with a commercial broker for the 2 surplus properties. We're looking forward to sharing those updates with you. We've just begun that in the last couple weeks. We will have monthly updates for you with that process. 1600 Perry and 2525 Frankfurt, that is Central and Long. Those are both being used this school year. As I mentioned, those are for this 26-27 school year. The use of both of those sites will also continue into the next school year through January probably of 2028 because of the duration of the projects for Farmers Branch Elementary and for Grimes Salazar projects. So we still have some time to determine our next steps for those 2 locations after we use them as flex space for construction. And then 3210 Fresno Lane and 2425 McCoy Road. We need to determine the next steps for those 2 properties because when we consolidated campuses, we gathered feedback from a district-wide facility planning advisory group. I'm going to click on that there. I'll take us here. And so if you will take a look at that, when we formed this group, that group helped establish the criteria that we as a district then, of course, use to help determine which campuses we were going to close. And so I want to draw your attention to that condition adequacy section in the teal blue. And then that third consideration that's listed there, the committee on the night we finalized the criteria, they made it a point to add that as a consideration. And it reads, create a plan for the next use of a facility that is planned for closure or consolidation. And so the group that night was quite clear that it did not want vacant buildings sitting for prolonged periods of time. And I agree with them. We as a district agree with them. But we have been involved in ongoing litigation that has been centered around one of the campuses that we consolidated in March of 2025. And so while we aren't under any specific orders that we can or cannot do to the consolidated properties, again, when you're in litigation, you respect the legal process. And that's what we're doing. And as soon as litigation is resolved, and whatever that looks like, we will move forward in planning for those sites. But because we are in the litigation and we're respecting the legal process, that has delayed plans for the former Fresno campus and the former McCoy campus. And so that's delayed it for more than a year. So they have sat vacant during that period of time while the litigation is ongoing. And with that, I am happy to make my way back here, I think, and answer any questions you have, if I can find my way back.
Thank you for the thorough update, Mr. Moore, especially regarding these 6 properties. I know that I've received some questions from community members. Could you share a little bit about, specifically with the 2 properties that are not being utilized right now, challenges with vandalism or burglary and expenses to the district?
Yes, ma'am. So that is the 2425 McCoy Road property and the 3210 Furneaux Lane property. We've been fortunate, if you will, in that we have had reports of, I believe, two break-ins at both of those campuses throughout the course of the last school year. I mean, we're still patrolling. We have surveillance equipment. I mean, they're armed, they're alarmed, they're active, they're in our system for that very reason. However, anytime a property sits for a long period of time, it becomes more susceptible to that. And that, again, was part of the reasoning and the justification and the conversation of that facilities planning advisory group on that night in December, citing our former Huey property that we've demoed and declared surplus. The longer something sits, the more that things can be attracted to that. But we have had break-ins at those campuses. And we are still running utilities. They're much less, but we're watering. There's electric, there's alarm monitoring, etc. And we're maintaining the grounds as well.
Thank you very much. Board members, any additional questions or comments? Ms. Brady?
Along those same lines, Mr. Moore, how much is it costing us to keep those properties currently, like a monthly? It doesn't have to be exact, just a guesstimate would be fine.
I can get you the exact number and send that to you. I don't have that on the document in front of me, but that's on a document that I've got tallied up. I should have had it with me and anticipated that question, but I can get that exact dollar figure to you as soon as the meeting's over.
Thank you. I think, of course, the community would like to know what it's costing us to maintain those. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? So I just want to reiterate the fact that out of respect for the digital process, there is pending litigation. It is in the Dallas County Civic Courts. And it is related to the decision to consolidate the schools. And so in respect of this process, in the judicial process, we are not moving forward with plans to do anything with these properties until that is resolved. And so to the community members that I know have reached out to me and asked questions, we wanted to bring this forward in the public meeting so that is very clear that we do want to acknowledge exactly what the committee requested and make plans for the properties, but we are going to respect the judicial process in this, and we'll deal with it as soon as that matter is resolved. Do I see any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, Mr. Moore, for the presentation. I really appreciate it. Dr. Eldridge, I know I also received some feedback from community members just wondering if there was a way that they could have information. So I think having this is very helpful because then they can reference this. So I really appreciate the time you guys took to provide this update. All right, our next agenda item, before I move forward, board members, do anybody need a recess? Or are we good to keep going? Keep going? All right, we'll keep going. Y'all are stuck with us if you're staying. All right, number 5. We'll proceed to number 5. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with a single vote. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting included a list of all consent agenda items. The board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification and/or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Ms. Garza Rojas?
Item J and K. 5J and K for me.
5J and 5K. All right, 5J and 5K. Board members, any other items? All right. If there are no other items to be removed, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda as amended? Ms. Brady?
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as proposed with the exception of items 5J and 5K.
I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second from Mr. Gilmore. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next agenda item is 6A, which is our items for discussion and or action. We do have 2 items removed from the consent agenda. It was, so we'll proceed to 6A. The title of the item 5J is consider and approve all matters related to the meal charging regulation for the 26-27 school year. And K was consider and approve school meal prices for 26-27 school year. Ms. Garza Rojas, since you pulled that, I'll let you speak to that.
Honestly, it was pulled just for individual consideration amongst us.
With that, do I have a motion regarding this item? Ms. Brady?
I make the motion that we approve items 5J as presented.
All right, I have a motion to approve item 5J as presented. Do I have a second? I have a second from Mr. Gilmore. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? All right, any opposed? All right, by a vote of 4 in favor and 3 opposed, the motion carries. Our next agenda item that was pulled for consideration is item 5K. Ms. Garza Rojas?
Same thing, just individual consideration.
All right, do I have a motion? Ms. Brady?
I make the motion that we approve item 5K as presented.
All right, I have a motion for Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second for Mr. Gilmore. Is there any discussion? I will raise a discussion item just as this was presented in the pre-meeting. So for community members that may have questions about the meal charging regulations or the meal prices, actually both of these were presented in the pre-meeting. You can find additional information there if nobody else has any discussion points. All right. I have a motion. I have a second. Had discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? By a vote of 4 in favor and 3 opposed, the motion carries. All right, our next agenda item is item 6B. Consider and approve renaming of Ted Polk Middle School to reflect an academic focus. Dr. Eldridge, will you introduce the item?
So tonight we have a plan to reimagine our middle school. So we have Dr. Holcomb here. Doesn't that sound good? Dr. Holcomb?
Yes.
And Dr. Ramos, the principal, and Francisco Miranda, the area director. And they have put together a detailed presentation of how we are going to reimagine and rebrand Polk. So I can't wait to hear your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eldridge. President Hatfield and distinguished members of the board, we are excited to come tonight and bring some updates to the agenda item that we actually talked about back on June the 4th, where you approved for us to do some rebranding and redesigning and reimagining of Ted Polk Middle School. And so we are here tonight to revisit our purpose and our strategic vision for Polk Middle School, as well as update you on our current timeline and the things that are coming ahead for us, and as well as updates of what has transpired since we were here in June. We will also be seeking approval for the naming recommendation of the new recommendations for Ted Polk Middle School that came out of the committee that met. We will also be bringing more details in regarding the uniform considerations. If you'll remember, in June, we did seek approval in alignment with FNCA legal policy and local policy to be able to move forward with doing some reimagining of the standardized dress at Polk Middle School. And there are much more details to follow that Dr. Ramos will be bringing to you that came from the committee that met, as well as talking about the implementation plans and what we will be doing moving forward. So I want to start off with just kind of revisiting the strategic purpose and the proposal that we brought. We did a strategic staffing plan back in June. We wanted to continue to reimagine Polk under new leadership, continuing our renewed academic focus, as well as continuing with the same strong foundation that we are very proud of at Polk Middle School, and something that our families have also grown to love and trust about the campus. One of those things is the focus on college and career readiness. Polk will continue as an avid demonstration school, which is an incredible honor that we will continue to focus on and highlight. In addition, the elite fine arts programming at Polk Middle School is absolutely outstanding. We will continue to focus on that and thrive in that area and expand those programs. I would like to take a moment to actually recognize them because they were recently named one of the only middle schools, not one of, the only middle school in Texas by the Texas Music Educator Association. We refer to that as TMEA, and they are actually invited to go down and be recognized in San Antonio at the TMEA convention. I believe it's in February, and that is an outstanding honor, and they will be actually performing, and it's a really, really big deal. So that is just a great example of some of the things happening with the elite fine arts programming that we will continue to focus on. In addition, the academic acceleration, we want to continue to focus on the things that we're doing to rebrand the campus and continue to accelerate achievement at Polk. We are also one big family, and we know that we want to continue to foster that unity. And while the uniforms and the strategic rebranding and renaming of the campus is an outward appearance of what we're doing at Polk, it does not take place of the great things that are happening internally in the building. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Miranda, who is our Area Director of School Leadership and who led the efforts through the timeline of the committee in alignment with our FNCA policy and bring you the updates in regards to where we are now.
All right, good evening, everyone. The following visual depicts the timeline and key updates that have occurred throughout the Polk's middle school rebranding process. The colors used for each task on the visual indicate status. So the red represents completed actions, the yellow reflects actions currently in progress, and gray denotes upcoming actions that have yet to be completed. On June 4th, we came to the CFB ISD School Board and presented a strategic staffing presentation and sought board approval to begin rebranding, strategic staffing, and outlining uniform parameters in alignment with FNCA policy. On June 8th through the 11th, a committee selection process determined stakeholder representation and a rebranding committee was formed. The actual committee meeting took place on June 24th when we convened to shape uniform parameters and determine naming recommendations. On July 20th, initial family communication was shared with Polk families regarding the upcoming uniform expectations. Today, we come to you for your approval on the renaming of Polk Middle School and to provide you with updates on 2 of the phases of the uniform rollout. Phase 1, uniform rollout, consisting of the fall 2026 expectations for basic uniform choices outlined for all students. Phase 2 of the uniform rollout consists of the introduction of an official school crest logo on polos for the spring of 2027, which will be implemented following the collection of student input with the goal of fostering increased student engagement and ownership. In an effort to maximize stakeholder and community involvement, a Polk rebranding committee of 19 members was formed to lead the efforts of rebranding the campus, name, and uniform selections. The committee consisted of the Polk principal and assistant principal, district administration, represented by the Leadership and Learning Department, Communications Department, Student Services Department, and our Multilingual Department. Also, we had 3 Polk teachers, 3 Polk parents, and 4 of our current Polk students representing grade levels 6 through 8. Community members, including representation from our school board, were also present. I'd like to thank Mr. Paul Gilmore for his time in serving on the committee, as it was very much appreciated. During our meeting, the committee went deep into dialogue regarding the vision and direction of the campus. After much discussion and consideration, the committee unanimously agreed and recommends a rebranding and changing the name from Ted Polk Middle School to Ted Polk Preparatory Academy. As a committee, we all agreed that the transition to a preparatory model establishes elevated expectations and clearly communicates a focused commitment to higher education readiness and improved student outcomes. The recommendation for the rebranding name of Polk Preparatory Academy was unanimously approved as the top choice among the committee members during the June 24th meeting due to the vision and the direction of the campus. The word preparatory signals rigor and reflects Avid's college readiness mission without discarding the Polk name families already know. Also, the committee felt that the name aligns with the academic acceleration and elite fine arts programming already underway at the campus. Rebranding to Polk Preparatory Academy also gives the standardized dress code, crest, and school colors a cohesive identity to build around, consistent with the mascot, athletics branding, and signage already in use. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ramos to review the uniform considerations.
Good evening, everybody. Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, board members, thank you for listening to us tonight. And so the uniform considerations, we are going to, our transition to uniforms will be rolled out in 2 phases. For phase 1, we are highly recommending uniforms on the first day of school. However, uniforms will not be required until October 19th. Although board policy calls for a 90-day notice period before full implementation, we are giving families a 120-day notice period. For phase 2, our goal is to roll out an embroidered school crest logo in the spring. As Mr. Miranda mentioned, we will present and survey students with several crest logos that we have cleared through the communications department. Students will vote on their favorite logo. Our goal is to distribute our ironed-on crest logos to our kids to be implemented in the spring. Our thinking is to have the ironed-on crest logos on the Monday button-down shirt so that it's cohesive across each kid. And again, this rollout is aligned with board policy FNCA. And so here's a little more specification about what the uniform tops will be. So to give you a broad overview, for a strong start to the week, students will wear button-down, tie, and shirt on Mondays. To start the week strong, wearing a button-down with tie to start the week is to promote and set the tone for discipline, pride, high expectations, and preparation for future success. The committee wanted to start integrating the button-down as part of the dress code scheduled this school year. The committee consensus was that requiring a button-down tie for the week would be cost prohibitive. As you can see here, our students will have the option on Tuesday through Thursday to wear a polo, either hunter green, black, or white. No logos on any of the polos, and so that is critical to provide uniformity, that we don't have different logos on our polos. On Monday through Thursday, kids will have an option to wear either a crew neck sweatshirt or a button-down cardigan in the same colors, hunter green, black, or white. Again, no logos on these. Hoodies will not be allowed Monday through Thursday. We do want to note that Fridays at Polk is going to be free dress day. And so kids will just have to follow the general CFB dress code. But hoodies would be allowed on Fridays, for example. So for specifications about our uniform bottoms, as you can see here, Monday through Thursday, kids will have the options to wear pants, skirts, or shorts of the 3 colors. Monday through Friday, footwear. As you can see here, we are asking students to wear closed-toe shoes only, no slippers, Crocs, or slides. And again, Friday is free dress day. A little more specificity about the bottoms. As you can see here, they come in the 3 different colors, khaki, black, or navy. One thing to note is that we will follow the CFB dress code in regards to no more than 3 inches above the knee for shorts and skirts. And so, as you can see here, we've slowly been rolling it out in regards to, through our website and through Parent Square, we have shared a lot of links for parents on our website. We have shared an application in our website, and we're going to show it to you here in a minute. So people that want to apply, need uniform assistance, they'll be able to go onto our website, fill out a short application, and then it will be submitted to us. We will see it. It's a private document that only administration can see. The qualifier for parents will be if they qualify for free and reduced lunch for the 26-27 school year, that will be the qualifier. Once a parent or student qualifies, we will provide 1 free uniform, a top, a bottom, and a tie.
Also the website. Okay. I'm going to show you on the website. Let me get this really quickly. Here we go. The campus did an amazing job, and I'm going to let Dr. Ramos talk over it, but they did an amazing job at presenting the information for the parents and the resources that are available for them for the dress code options.
And as you can see here, parents simply have to go to our campus information and click on the uniform guidelines. A big shout out to Cersei Gonzalez in communications who helped us set all this up. As you can see here, it's very clear what the uniform expectations are. On the left-hand side, what you can see are links to different stores that families can purchase. And we put both boy, girl, and men and women options so that parents had a variety of options as they go click to find the uniform expectations that we have. As you can see, the footwear of what's required and what's not acceptable. And then it's in Spanish as well. So everything is relayed in both languages. At the very top, what you will see is the link to the uniform assistance. And it's a simple, short Google form application that we've created. And basic information, the qualifier, have you applied and qualified for free reduced lunch, which we have access in Teams to identify who has qualified for free and reduced lunch. And then we'll reach out to those families and provide them the 1 uniform. And, hot off the presses, we got these today. This is a great sponsor card, again, from our communications department. It has a QR code. So we'll be handing these out tomorrow night at scheduled pickup for anybody that wants to take one. And anybody can sponsor our kids, right? It's through RevTrack. So you just click on the, scan the QR code. You can donate any amount of money that you want, and it'll be directly deposited into our district account for us to purchase uniforms. So this is a great idea. This was actually Dr. Elridge's idea. And so this is just a good way for anybody to want to sponsor. We did have some great donations from the Michael Finley Foundation, and we've been in conversations with the Giving House and the Educational Foundation, and so there are a lot of resources for our families. And so we were very thankful for that. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Board members, any questions? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for your presentation. Regarding the new free and reduced lunch guidelines that were presented earlier, how will that impact the majority that maybe last year was on free reduced versus this year going with the new system?
Thank you for the question. So if when we look at the free and reduced lunch percentage at Polk for last year, it was about 72.5%. I firmly believe that's probably not accurate. It's probably a lot higher, probably in the mid-80s. And so we are certainly going to have a system similar to what we had at Field and Long, and roll out a system to ensure our parents get on the school apps cafe. We're going to walk them through how to apply. It's actually a very simple process. You just have to have a system for it. And we're starting that tomorrow night during scheduled pickup. And so to ensure that people that qualify can get a free uniform.
Additional questions? Ms. Garza-Rojas?
Dr. Ramos, just for clarification, first of all, thank you for your presentation and all the hard work you put into this. This whole uniform thing obviously has been floating around on social media. It's been a big point of topic. My question to you is just, parents are informed, and tomorrow they will be even better informed about the uniform for the upcoming school year with the deadlines. Is that correct?
That's correct. And actually tomorrow our PTA has been amazing. We're going to have several mannequins with the uniforms on them. And
Lovely.
We were trying to get some students, but so we'll set up the mannequins.
You know what? Mannequins are good.
And so one of the administrators will kind of stand there to kind of filter through any questions that parents have. So our PTA has been amazing and so helpful. So tomorrow will provide just more clarity and kind of check out some of the angst that people might have about the uniforms. It has been a hot topic on social media, and I stay off of social media.
That's okay, me too.
Yeah. And so, but I think it's a great move for us as we rebrand this campus. It's a necessary move. Dress code violations was a big thing at Polk last year. So to me, that equates to significant instructional loss. And so we can't afford to do that. So uniforms will really streamline the process for us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Barnes?
Good evening. Thank you so much for your presentation. I actually had a question about the name change. I have received a few questions concerning the name change and if there's going to be any cost to the district or the school in terms of changing the name. Do you?
I probably may have to divert to Mr. Moore about that. I believe that, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, there is some already plans for the re-sign or the new sign, and that when the name is approved, pending approval, that the name change would then be worked on and there will be new signage, but that would be kind of a bigger reveal later on after the fall. I made you a doctor again. There you go,
No,
Mr.
I
Moore.
am not a doctor. I stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night, though. No, the cost for the branding on the actual building is going to come out of bond funds for the reconsolidated funding of the $131 million that we reconsolidated we repurposed from the consolidated campuses. Won't cost the district for the branding on the building.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. I think that is it for me. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Mr. Gilmore?
I was just going to say thanks for all your hard work. It's appreciated. And the vision and the leadership that you're bringing is appreciated.
It's a team effort, for
Yeah,
sure.
and I know that starts right here with Dr. Eldridge. She saw the need and found the right people to put in place, and the board supports that and gets behind success.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll just remind the board that the uniforms are a part of the rebranding, but we already did vote on the approval of uniforms. They're just ensuring that they're following board policy. So the consideration up for tonight is the consideration of the renaming of Ted Polk Middle School to Ted Polk Preparatory Academy. And so there is the recommendation from administration. And with that, if there's no other comments, I'll entertain a motion. Ms. Brady?
I'll make the motion that we approve, oh Lord, what number? 6B as presented.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Garza Rojas. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. Let's have a great school year. Thank you very much for your hard work. All right, our next agenda item is item 6C, which is consider and approve the designation of a voting delegate or an alternate delegate for representation at the TASB Delegate Assembly. As a member of the Texas Association of School Boards, or TASB, we have the opportunity as a board to represent the district alongside other member districts at the TASB Delegate Assembly. This is TASB's official membership meeting where every district that is a member of TASB has a vote in the direction of the organization. During the assembly, the delegates discuss a variety and vote on a variety of action items. That includes the election of the TASB directors and officers, and approving education issues related to the TASB advocacy agenda that directs the organization. So we can appoint a delegate and a delegate alternate who will be a voting member at that annual meeting. The delegate assembly is going to be on Friday, October 9th. It starts at 10 a.m. and will run through the afternoon. I believe it is in either Houston or Austin. Houston. It's in Houston. So that's important to know that if you have interest in being a delegate or delegate alternate, that date and the location. So before we discuss interest in any nominations or just interest in general, I'll first ask, is there any questions about what it is? Okay, so if there's no questions about what it is, does anyone have any interest or would like to express why they think somebody else on the board should represent us as a delegate? Mr. Gilmore? You're interested? Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Gilmore's interested. Any other interest? All right. So at this point, the board can name a delegate. We do have the opportunity to name a delegate and an alternate. So the alternate would be in the event that the person that is the delegate cannot attend. We don't have to name an alternate, but we can. Okay, Ms. Barnes is interested in being the alternate. So at this point, if the board wishes to name a delegate and an alternate, I'll entertain a motion. Ms. Brady?
I'd like to make the motion to nominate Paul Gilmore as our delegate and Marjorie Barnes our alternate delegate for the delegate assembly.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Do you have a second? I have a second from Ms. Garza Rojas. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Mr. Gilmore, you can work with Ms. Castanon on your travel arrangements and add it to your calendar. And then Marjorie be the backup on your calendar. All right. Our next agenda item is 6D, which is consider and approve the adoption of the district legislative priorities. We have had many exciting things tonight, but this might be my most exciting one. As a board, we have been making strong strides as becoming more not only aware of how we have an impact on legislation, but also really looking at how we engage with all of our state representatives and senators. We have a lot that represent CFB-ISD because of the boundaries of the district. And so as a board, many of us have attended advocacy training. I know Ms. Garza Rojas is serving on our Raise Your Hand Texas group. And we I've noticed that we've also been increasing our questions and our conversation around the dais around legislation. And so as we prepare for the 90th legislative session, it became really clear that we needed to engage before the legislative session began. So I actually went and presented to our team CFB in the spring with one of the principals, and we talked about how when the legislative session starts in January, the cakes have already been put in the oven. So right now, our legislatures are gearing up. They're identifying their bills. bills. They're determining what bills they're going to put in for the legislative session. And so it's really important that we become more active. So I do want to note that I did look back, and in 2022, we adopted our legislative priorities in October, and in 2024, we adopted our legislative priorities in December. And so this is very exciting to be putting us at the forefront here in August, where tonight we're going to consider adopting our legislative priorities. Ms. Garza Rojas and Ms. Benavides and I serve on the committee that worked on these legislative priorities. And I think even more exciting to this is that we got our staff involved. And so what we did is we met together in late May, early June. And we first looked at our legislative priorities from last year. We looked at the House Bill 2 impact and what happened from the last legislative session. And then we also looked at the interim Senate and House charges. And we really took a look at all those things along with the notes that we all had kind of taken in board meetings and various things that had come up. And we worked together and came up with 10 legislative priorities. But at that point, we felt like that was too many priorities. And we also wanted to hear from our staff, which has not been something the board has done in the past. So in the past, it's primarily been driven by the board president and the superintendent working together, and then the board having a weigh-in. But we really felt like it was important to really engage our staff so that they begin to see themselves as a part of this process. And so we created a survey, and the survey had them rank the 10 priorities in 2 different ways. And then it also had open-ended question of, did we miss anything? Is there something else we should consider that wasn't in our 10 priorities? And then it also had a question that was, when the board adopts our legislative priorities, how do you think we should share it with the community, teachers, and staff? And that was also very enlightening because they had some really great ideas of things that we could do to help people understand the priorities. So then we passed the survey to Dr. Eldridge. She reviewed it. She provided some feedback, mainly to take the very official terms and make them more educator friendly. And so that was really great that we kind of brought it down. So the formal statements that you see tonight are not the formal statements that were presented to staff. They were very much more easy to read. These are more legislative terms. And then we came back together and kind of looked at what they said and trimmed our list down to 5. We actually came to 6 priorities. We had one that we ended up bundling together. So board, we are presenting to you tonight 5 priorities that we've worked very hard on that are representative. It was about 90 of our staff, Dr. Eldridge, right? Yeah, 90 people that came together from the staff and helped us shape and align these. And so we're just really excited. Our first priority is supporting our great teachers and making sure that we advocate for increasing the teacher retention allotment. So for the benefit of the community, this is a $5,000 and I believe $2,500 allotment that is added onto the salary from the state, specifically focused on teacher retention. However, we believe that there needs to be ongoing funding to continue to increase this. We know that the state is less likely to increase the basic allotment and more likely to fund allotments that are very specifically targeted. So we want to increase this, and more specifically, we want to add targeted supports for special education and bilingual and ESL educators, because those are 2 of our shortage areas in the district. And then we also recognize, we had some feedback from staff that there are some challenges with certification pathways in special education specifically. And so we added that onto the end of it, because it's not just the pay, it's also getting those highly qualified teachers into our classrooms quicker. So that's our first one. And then our last 4 are all related to schools funding. And they stem on making sure we have the resources we need to make the state requirements. I'll skip to number 5 first, because that's Ms. Brady's favorite, keeping more local tax dollars in the communities where they're collected. And what you heard earlier tonight in the budget presentation about the recapture payment that we have, that is directly related to recapture, saying our taxpayers pay the money to our school district. It should stay in the school district to support our students. So that's number 5. And then jumping back up, number 2 is again, tying into these allotments, this ABC allotment that the state added. Once again, they're not investing in the basic allotment. They're investing in these little pies and squares of increasing certain funds so that they can designate exactly where it goes to. And so this specifically targets transportation, hiring retired teachers, employee benefits. So health insurance costs have dramatically continued to increase for our educators. This allotment specifically targets that, along with our TRS contributions and our utilities and property property insurance. And Dr. Eldridge is working on a one-pager to go with this to show how the allotment, I believe it was $106 per student, but the expenses that we have related to the ABC allotment far exceed the amount that we received. So we're going to have a side-by-side document for the community to see why we need more money in this allotment specifically. Safety and security is another underfunded mandate. So the cost to have an armed security officer at each of our campuses, along with the benefits, their salaries, benefits, training, and other safety-related expenses, the allotment is specifically associated to that also does not fund. So it's another underfunded requirement. And then funding us based on enrollment instead of daily attendance. So whether kids come to school every day or not, we still have to have funds because the teacher is still in the classroom, the operations are still happening. Big shout out to our campuses for continuing to increase our average daily attendance. However, it is not in our control that students are sick, medical appointments, unavoidable reasons, and we are not going to get 100% attendance of all kids every day, nor do we want the sick kids here. And so we believe we should be funded based on enrollment instead of daily attendance. And so that is why we have specifically targeted 5 things related to funding, but they're very specific ask because we know that if we just say we want more funding, they're going to say, yeah, you don't need more funding. And so the next step with this, if once it's approved by the board, is to put some proof behind the pudding here of exactly why we need these funds so that we can get out in our community, share with our teachers, share with our staff, share with our community exactly why CFB needs these things with CFB facts associated to them. And so with that, I want to thank my fellow committee members. We have put some hard work into this, and it's very exciting to bring this to the board and also share to the greater community the work that's been going on behind the scenes. Dr. Eldridge, thank you for your support. She helped us revise and craft these some. I may get a little technical sometimes, so she helps me put a little educator spin on them. And so, board members, are you guys have anything to add on our process?
For a second. I just wanted to say thank you. Same. This has been something that brings me a lot of joy, and for anybody watching out there, it's something that I have found a significant amount in advocacy work. The joy that I have in my heart to have this now in our hands, ready to go in August. So thank you, President Hatfield. Thank you, Ms. Benavides, for getting it here now and bringing it out to the community.
I too would also like to add that including the staff was a great move because it really shows them that what they need is our need. And I really did appreciate that, and I think it helped us out a lot to clarify things.
So this push card or whatever is it gonna have ways that the community can engage? Because most people don't know who to call.
So that's a great question. I think what our goal of tonight is to adopt this, and this is kind of like the official first step, is knowing that the district we have priorities, and then the next step would be to consider a new legislative committee that would move the work forward. So identifying, like you said, working with Dr. Eldridge to see what we can put behind this to not only educate them on why, but also educate them on how they can support. And that kind of goes along with our idea of having town halls this year. That's another reason why we wanted to have this early so that we could get this in the hands of the community. But I agree with you, there needs to be a why.
And I think that, so I'd called Cassandra, Representative Hernandez, right?
Yes.
And we're going to meet because I've never been through this process as a board member, so I want her to educate me on how to do this. But most people don't know how to do that, and I want to give them the tools to get face to face with. Is that a town hall with Mitch Little and Cassandra and Tan Parker? Well, what is it? What's going to get their ear that's going to make them understand that we're drowning here? And we need help, and they're the ones that can provide the help and to get off their butts. So I don't know if that made any sense, but that's where we need to steer the ship.
I think those are all great points. Also, we also have scheduled joint meetings with our surrounding cities, and we will be exchanging legislative priorities. So they're educated on what our priorities are. And I think it was so beneficial when we did that before, and now 3 of our cities have come on board. But we will have all of that information. So if you want to be on the new committee, I don't know who assigns that, but I do think our staff did a great job with all their comments and what else was needed. And I think we continue to educate them as well.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. I would say, Mr. Gilmore, it's a great question, like how do you do it? I think you can also lean on some of your colleagues that have been on the board longer, because I know from the training we all went to at Raise Your Hand Texas, and we worked on some of this, that's part of why we're culminating to where we are now, is we've seen how we need to get more involved. I have a list of all of our representatives, their phone numbers, their email addresses. I definitely think one first step that we can take is when and if this is approved, we can send it to their staffer. So not only do we have the representative, we also have the staffer, and the key is really the staffer, because then they can get it to them. And then the committee needs to determine, are we going to try to pull the representatives together? And how are we going to go about it as a board? Because I think it's great when we all meet with the representatives individually, but the bigger thing is the facts behind this. So actually at the back to school night, Representative Garcia Hernandez was there, and I told her, I was like, hope your staff tunes in, because we're going to talk about it. And they actually reached out to me and said, hey, is it this board meeting? Because we're going to listen. So if you're on, thanks for listening. She specifically said, are you going to have the facts behind it to explain the dollars as to why it's important, or the need, if it's like a specific need? And so I think we have to remember that our representatives don't just do education. They do a lot of different things. And so I would encourage us to give Dr. Eldridge a chance to now take these once they're adopted and put some stuff behind it.
I think I heard you say that there's other school districts doing this with us. So, I mean, the overlap should be there, and they should get the message if we do this right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, Ms. Barnes.
I just want to thank all of you for your hard work. I know that you did a lot, and I got to experience last year going down to Austin with several of you, and that was my first experience kind of going down and advocating. And so I just think it's amazing that we have this right now, the beginning of August, where we can really educate ourselves and then educate the community as well, and really fine tune and know what it is that we are fighting for and trying to get people to understand. So thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Yes, Ms. Noda?
Yes, I just want to second that. I think this is a great work. This is a great way to activate the community and educate them. And so thank you guys. Thank you for your hard work.
All right, any other comments or discussion? All right, with that, then I will entertain a motion to approve the district legislative priorities for the 90th legislative session. Ms. Barnes?
I move that we approve 6D, our district legislative priorities.
I have a motion from Ms. Barnes. I have a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor? All right, by a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Let's get to work now that we have priorities. And then we will look at appointing a new committee to this. I know I've done this for a few years. So I'm looking to serve on another committee. And so that'll be next is thinking about who wants to serve. We do not have to do an official vote on a committee. And so we'll be working on that process. All right, the next agenda item, moving right along, is 6E, which is consider and approve an update to board policy DEC local. Dr. Eldridge?
So policy is what we follow in the school district. And, with policy, we always need to evaluate, does the policy in our local policy, we're given legal policies and local policies. Legal policies we cannot change. Local policies, we have the ability to adjust. And when we see that there is a situation with our staff, we look at policies very serious, and I'm very thankful for the policy committee. And so one of those policies that is being presented tonight is about our accumulated leave. And I think that, we have to adjust based on need, and I think that that's where we are with this policy. So, Dr. Smolkas, if you will go through the details and explain to the board and the community listening why this policy is important to renegotiate. Okay? Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you.
So good evening, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. I'm going to bring you two recommendations tonight that are both impacted through the DEC local of leaves and balances. You should also have in your packet the side-by-side proposed changes for this evening. And with that, what I'd like to talk to you a little bit first about is our sick leave bank. And as Dr. Eldridge mentioned, I do want to thank the governance committee. Not only do we have a blast looking at policies, we have lots of good discussion, but President Hatfield, Vice President Brady, Trustee Barnes, I want to thank you for your thoughtful review of this proposal and then your continued commitment to exploring innovative, compassionate ways to support our employees. And it's so meaningful to be able to work with a group like this. And so on this particular part of DEC, this proposed change aligns the sick leave bank language with the policy's existing definition of catastrophic illness or injury rather than limiting the eligibility to terminal illness. It also clarifies that qualifying circumstances may involve the employee, their spouse, or their child, so we would like to add that to the policy. The intent is to ensure employees facing serious medical hardships have access to support during some of the most difficult times in their lives while maintaining clear eligibility standards. And so with that, the first administrative recommendation is for the district administration recommends to approve the DEC local as presented regarding sick leave bank. The second part, I'm just going to, because we got two that we were going to talk about, so I'm just going to continue that and we can do it all at once. As Dr. Eldridge mentioned, payment for accumulated leave upon retirement. This is another very important area that we would like to continue. Again, as our governance committee continues to demonstrate commitment and thoughtful employee-centered policy development. On this particular recommendation, the recommendation here, I'd like to ask the governance committee and the school board to provide general parameters for administration to use and to develop options for this particular portion of the DEC policy to allow administration for us to gather staff input within those parameters and bring a recommendation back to the board in October. And so with that one, this one, the district administration seeks board direction on retirement leave parameters and will return in October with a recommendation informed by employee feedback. And so with that, does anyone have any questions? We have two recommendations.
Yes, thank you very much. I will second that we have a blast in the governance subcommittee. I've never looked at so many policies and questioned so many terms and why things are in this one and not this one and why is it over there and why does it say these letters too? But it is a lot of fun. Mr. Gilmore looks like he really thinks it's a lot of fun. He's totally wanting to join that committee. But I'll defer to Ms. Barnes and Ms. Brady if we want to address kind of the first one and why this catastrophic illness came up and why we wanted to expand the policy. Either of you, Ms. Brady?
When we reviewed this policy, the word terminal was very limiting. Not everything is necessarily terminal, but there are certain things that are quite close to that. Leukemia being, for example, you don't always die from leukemia, but if you have it or your child or spouse has it, it is something that it is catastrophic to your family, to your income, to your sick days. So it was something that we needed to look at. So I'm grateful that the administration and the policy committee could come together and come up with catastrophic versus terminal to encompass a lot more people who will need access to the sick bank. So thank you.
And then we also added to that, expanding it from just the employee to the employee's spouse or child, recognizing that obviously if you're the caretaker of the child or you need to be there with your spouse when they have a catastrophic illness, that you may need to take leave. And so this is an example of us really looking at this. This is actually going to impact the budget in the opposite direction. It's going to be a budget increase because we're expanding from terminal to catastrophic, and we're expanding from staff to staff, spouse, and child. And so we wanted to make that clear to the board that this recommendation, the reason why we're coming forward with this is we believe in supporting our staff. And we think this is important, especially when we look at supporting staff longevity and keeping them in the district. Other districts do have this. So this expansion is not just like a CFB. We're the only people that are doing this. This is something other districts do have, and we could lose people because they can go somewhere else when and feel more supported and valued. We did look with Tammy. They brought us the numbers. They showed us the data on the number of staff that use this, and we really felt like this is something that we can bring forward for the board to consider to show our staff that we want to value them, and this is a way we can value them. And so that is on the first recommendation. On the second recommendation, this one's a little bit different in that one of the challenges when we look at the budget that you saw earlier tonight, there was a line for accumulated leave and the other part, longevity pay. And we're noticing specifically in the accumulated leave portion of this is very variable. And the way the policy sits right now, it's very hard for us to predict the expenditure because it varies based on when people do retire and leave the district. And so we did some looking. We looked at other districts, other policies. Our policy does not match other districts. It is kind of, it is different, which is okay. That's why it's local policy. We get to decide what we want it to be because it's within our prerogative. But we really felt like in working with Dr. Smalskis that we're not the experts on what employees value. And we wanted to get feedback, and Dr. Smalskis agreed that really thinking about, just as Dr. Eldridge demonstrated earlier tonight with the other committee that she formed, because this one is policy, the other one was not policy, so the board wasn't going to dip into that one. This one is policy related, and so we're really asking for the board to support getting some additional guidance. I will say that this is policy DEC, but board policy BDF says that the board is responsible for identifying the composition of the committee and the recommendations. So one of the things that the government subcommittee is asking is that the board consider that when administration develops this committee, that the charge is to create a system where we can have a budget line item that is predictable. So it's a set rate, it's a set amount that is predictable, that we know what we're going for versus a variable amount. And so we are asking that that be the consideration of administration, is to bring something back to the board that's sustainable because we know what we're going to get and we know the expense that we're going to have. And then the other consideration is we're required to determine the composition of the committee. And I think the governance subcommittee's recommendation is to lean on administration because they know the different people these are impacting, and ask them to bring that recommendation to the governance subcommittee and then go ahead and bring the final recommendation back to the board. So delegating that authority to them to pick the committee, knowing that they've already demonstrated they can identify committee members from something else. Questions, comments? I know it's a lot because there's two different recommendations. No questions? Okay. I think to make this easy, we might take this in two motions because we can take two motions because there's a lot to cover. So if you wouldn't mind to put up the first recommendation. So tonight, administration is recommending that we approve DEC local as presented. That change is the change from terminal to catastrophic with an expansion of employee, spouse, and child. So with that clarification, I'll entertain a motion. Ms. Brady.
I'll make the motion that we approve the recommendation of DEC local as presented.
All right, I have a motion for Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second for Ms. Noda. Was that correct? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, by a motion of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. I know Dr. Smalskis is ready. She has showed us how she has regulations. She's got the employee handbook, so she will take that change and make it official and share this with our staff, because we also want them to know how much we value them in the event that they need to use this service. So thank you very much. The second recommendation from administration is to direct the district to develop a committee and bring back the recommendations to the board in October. with the one parameter that we would like to set, which does not need to be in the motion, but we're just telling administration this, is to create a budget item that is not variable, that is able to be consistent across years. So with that, I'll entertain a motion. Ms. Barnes?
I would like to make a motion that we give direction to administration to create, right? To create a committee to look into the retirement leave parameters and return back in October with a recommendation informed by that employee feedback. Do I need to add anything to that motion? Okay.
Thank you for the motion. I take a second from Ms. Brady. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? By a motion of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Thank you. We'll look forward to October
Awesome.
once you guys get to work on this. And I want to again thank the board as we're really working on our role. Like, this is a clear definition of our role, is identifying policy that we can have an impact on for our staff and for the district. So thank you to the governance subcommittee for all of our hard work. And you guys can't wait. Update 127 is coming next month, I think, with a lot of additional policy updates that we've been reviewing. All right, moving right along. F is consider and approve an endorsement of a candidate from Region 10 to serve on the TASB Board of Directors. I believe in your packet you have several recommendations. So the TASB Board of Directors we have a position that we can vote to nominate someone for this, and we would endorse one nominee for Region 10 Position D. And you can see in your board book there are several candidates. We did receive several bios and then endorsements from different people. And so with that, I think, board members, are there any comments about any particular people that you may be interested and think we should consider endorsing for this position? Ms. Brady?
Ms. Noda and I had the opportunity to meet Ms. Denisha Williams from Cedar Hill ISD the trustee training that we went to last week. And we can say that she is very excited about kids. She is very kid-focused and driven in the way to make her district better. My only negative is to say that they bought into the Bluebonnet curriculum. So if that weighs your decision one way or the other, they did do that. So, but I do think she's a good person, has a good heart, and is really focused on kids. Her name is Denisha Williams from Cedar Hill ISD.
All right, any other recommendations or comments? All right, with that, we do not have to take action. This item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take any action? Ms. Brady?
I make a motion that we would like to take action.
Okay, what action?
I don't know. To recommend something for the TASB Board of Directors. Make a nomination for the TASB Board of Directors.
And who would that be?
I would like to nominate Denisha Williams from Cedar Hill ISD.
All right, I have a motion for Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? I have a second for Ms. Noda. All right, is there any discussion? No. All those in favor? All right, any opposed? By motion of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, we made a motion and we were successful. Great job. All right, I think we're getting tired officially. We are moving into our closed meeting. So agenda item number 7, as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employee, disciplinary matter or complaints, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, and 551.3084, investigation. Item 7A, pursuant to Section 551.076, Security Devices, report of the 2023 through 2026 audit survey. Item 7B has been canceled and will not be heard tonight. And also item 7C will be heard tonight pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters, discussion regarding a specific personnel matter. The board will now move into closed session. You are welcome to stay with us while we move into closed session, or you are welcome to go home for the evening. We will move to the conference room for deliberations. The time is 9:16 p.m. Thank you. The time is now 10:01 p.m. and we are back in open session. We will move to item 8A because 7A was canceled, so we do not need to take possible action for item 8A. And so we will now move to agenda item number 9, which is comments for board members regarding the posted agenda items. Board members, anybody have any comments about the posted agenda items this evening? All right, seeing none and hearing none, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our agenda and we are adjourned at 10:02 p.m.